We are live streaming. We are in chapter 2. Gonna just pick up where we left off last night. We left off with a pretty complex topic. The first most complex, I think, of the course. That causes a little bit of confusion in the beginning sometimes. Anybody read through that on your own yet? Just looking at faces. And so the concept here is how people own property. And do you always own it with complete, free, and clear say over what you can do with it? Every time you buy property, does that automatically mean just because you own it that you can do whatever you want to with it? I think we kind of learned otherwise last night, didn't we? For one thing, we talked about from chapter 1 that ownership might include rules attached that the city or county put in place. I'm sitting here in this lower level of my house, and I'm only allowed to live here as a residence because I was here before the zoning changed. But if I had a significant amount of damage to my house, if a car ran off the road and tore off the corner of the house, or if I wanted to add a bedroom or an upper story, the city probably wouldn't let me do that. They wouldn't even let me bring it back to where it was necessarily, because they want it to ultimately become compliant and conforming with the zoning that exists out here, which is industrial. So I'm being told what to do, and I own this thing, kind of, right? I told you that I sold off an acre and was able to pay off only because I had a mortgage since 2001, so I'd paid it down to a point where I was fortunate enough to pay it off. But I still have to pay basically $1,000 a month for taxes. So do we ever really own it free and clear? Even when we pay cash and pay the whole thing, we still got to pay those taxes. We could lose it for not paying taxes. We could lose it for not paying homeowner association dues. They could foreclose on us. So there's a whole line of discussion that we could go down on that road, but we don't need to for this course. We're done there. Only point we're making is that there are conditions, there are rules that have to be followed even when you own property. And so the thing we left off with last night was about the type of estate that you own the property in or with. And it has to do with the seller from whom you bought it. How did they sell it to you? I'm going to jump in front of the line from where we started last night. I got into the right side of the slide here, but let's go all the way to the left side. This fee simple absolute is the best way that you could own property. If you have a say-so in it, and if you can at all make it possible for yourself, buying property from somebody with a deed that gives you fee simple absolute ownership, that gives you the least amount of restrictions, at least no restrictions from the seller that you bought it from. So that's what we're really talking about in this section. Buying property that has conditions on it attached to it from the person you buy it from. That's what this is about. When we get to this fee simple defeasible thing, which we'll talk about last, and then where we left off with life estates, all of that involves the seller, previous owner, as I lose my cursor, where'd it go? Oh, there we go. Telling you, yeah, I'll sell it to you, but you got to do it this way. And so the life estate stuff, these two items are about how long you're allowed to own it. That length of ownership in years, or not even necessarily years, that length of ownership in time is dependent upon somebody's lifespan, their literal biological lifespan. When they die, your ownership is gone. That's why it's called a life estate. Have I seen it often? No. In the business, 27 years, I've never dealt with one. They exist. They're out there. But as a broker in the business, you just need to be aware that they're a thing. And the minute you find out that this is a thing affecting your client, you drop back and punt, right? You stop and you say, hey, let's talk to an attorney about what your rights are here. You don't give them much advice here. Only that you acknowledge you know what this thing is, but as to what they should do and what they are allowed to do with it, that specific advice as to their specific situation is for an attorney to give them. But you need to know what that is for the test. So let's learn what that is. We started with the one on the right, conventional life estate. And I think it best works with a little diagram, which we're getting into. So again, we had the 25-year-old farmer neighbor. And he owned, I think we said 50 acres. And he was next door to an older couple, an 80-year-old farmer couple. And what they wanted to do is just retire on the part that was at the back of their property. And they were interested in getting rid of and selling the bulk of it to this 25-year-old neighbor farmer. Now to him, hey, you're going to sell me the rights. You're going to basically sell me this property in the form of a conventional life estate, which means the 25-year-old is going to be the life tenant. And in this situation, the word tenant is not about a renter. Don't let that confuse you. Life tenant, not just tenant. So life tenant means the buyer. It also means the owner of the life estate. Life estate. That's all we mean by life tenant. And in this case, that 25-year-old not only is the life tenant, they are also the one whose lifespan, the duration of their ownership, depends on. That was a lot of words. They are also the one whose lifespan, it depends on how long they get to keep it. So they are the measuring life also. The measuring life, that's the person that dictates basically how many years this ownership is good for. That's all this means. So in this case of a conventional life estate, the life tenant is the same person as the measuring life. And you just figured it out. You just said, well, then that means probably that other thing he showed us, this one depends on the lifespan of a different person, and you're right. So let's stick with conventional life estate, then we'll go talk about the other one. So we've got this 25-year-old farmer. The 80-year-old farmer couple said, we're retiring. We need a little bit of the land left. You can buy the rest of it in a conventional life estate, which means that 25-year-old is feeling pretty optimistic. He likes this deal because he's going to get to not only just walk the land and enjoy the land, but farm it, make money with it. And so he's going to get to make money with it. How old do you think he's going to live till? Let's say he's perfectly healthy, no danger. He's not jumping off cliffs or anything. 50 years, quite possibly. 50 years of earning he can do with that property. So not the best thing. It's not fee simple absolute, but hey, still not bad. He gets this thing. And since it's not the very best type of ownership that we just talked about, fee simple absolute versus a conventional life estate, which one do you think is going to cost him more money? If he were buying it from that old couple, fully fee simple absolute, I can do whatever I want and own it forever and ever, it's probably going to be more money than if he's just buying it as a conventional life estate. Would you agree? Probably. Would you want to pay the same or more? Of course not, right? So that's another element there. For one thing, it's the only way he can own it because that seller's not willing to sell him this kind. And for another thing, it's going to be cheaper probably than if it were fee simple absolute, meaning he owned it forever and ever. He could leave it to his kids. So this 25-year-old only gets it as long as he's alive, but he's feeling pretty good because that's probably going to be 30, 40, 50 years. Life tenant and measuring life. Okay, what happens if the 80-year-old couple dies? Somebody asked that at the tail end last night. If that 80-year-old couple dies, what happens depends on what their decision was when they sold it to the guy. So when they sold it to this 25-year-old, the 80-year-old couple had a decision to make. One of two possibilities is what's going to happen when the measuring life dies. When the 25-year-old is done with it, it's either going to revert. You might also see the word reversionary interest. Revert back to them. They'll probably be dead. So it revert back to them or their estate, their heirs, if that's still a thing. Or if they don't want it back in their estate, or they don't think they're going to have an estate or heirs because they don't have any kids, they could set it up to go to a third party, another person, a charity, whomever they want, called remainderment. So it's one of two possibilities. When the life tenant measuring life dies, it's either going to revert back to the original seller or their family, their heirs, their estate, or going to go to a person or entity or charity that they dictate, they set up back when they sold it to the guy. So if all this is set up, and let's say we're 5 years into this deal, then the 80-year-old couple dies, and what they had set up was to revert back to them or their family, then they're not alive anymore. But if it's a reversionary interest, it's going to go back to whoever's left representing them, their kids, their heirs. But if they set it up to go to a third-party remainderman, when they die, it's not relevant as to this situation. It's going to go to that third party when the 25-year-old dies. When they die, nothing's happening. But when he dies, it's going to go to that third party. How do we feel so far? It's weird. Okay, next question, next testable question, because we always want to circle and go back and kind of gravitate back to, what does this mean for the test? I hate that, but it's just the way it has to be. So how could they test you on this? Other questions about this arrangement are these. What can this 25-year-old do with this conventional life estate? He can use it. Can he sell it? Could he sell it to someone else? What does he have to sell? He has a conventional life estate. He has something to sell to someone else who would have to be told and be okay with the fact that it's only going to be theirs as long as he himself, the 25-year-old, is still alive. And so if he's selling it to some other person in 5 years and he's 30, they might feel okay about that. But they need to know. He needs to disclose it. And again, it kind of goes back to the money. Do you think they would pay him top dollar market value for it if it depends on his lifespan instead of just as theirs forever? Probably not. So as long as you tell the person that you're selling it to, leasing it to, the bank that you might try to get a mortgage against it with, if they're willing to accept it on the terms of the fact that the 25-year-old is the measuring life and it's a conventional life estate, good for you. Go for it. It all depends on if they agree. You would have to tell them. They would find out because they would do a title search. But you could do all of these things as long as the person with whom you're doing it, who you're selling it to, who you're leasing it to, is cool about it. We good? So far. Let's see. Could grantor state the reversionary person? Sure. Wait. The grantor, meaning the original seller, could they state that the reversionary person be the one they're selling it to, their children? Is that the question? Right. Not the grantee being the life tenant. Is that what you're asking? No, well, let me answer it this way. It could be the children, but their title wouldn't be the reversionary. It'd be remainderment that was happening there, because it would be a third party. It's not reverting back to the original seller. The only way it's reversionary is if it's reverting back to the original seller or their line of lineage, their heirs, their estate. But if that original seller somehow was really cool and said, well, whenever you die, we're going to let it go on to your heirs, then that would have to be set up with a remainderman, because it's not inheritable, which I think was your original point that you were making, which is pretty smart. So even though that conventional life estate of itself is non-inheritable, they're kind of making it happen the same net effect by setting their kids as the remainderman. Yeah, that would be the ideal for the buyer would prefer it that way. But we're just talking about what happens if that's not possible. What happens if the seller insists on only selling it as a conventional life estate? And I doubt they would, in fact, set the life tenant's kids as the remainderman, because they probably don't know them and love them that well, right? But good wrinkle. Let's see. He would need permission from the original owners, as long as the people. Yes. B. Jara says, would he need permission from the original owners to sell or lease it, or as long as he just explained to the people he was selling or leasing it to that what they were selling or leasing was only as good as his lifespan? The second one. He's free to do with it as he wishes, but it's only for the duration of his lifespan. The original sellers are pretty much inconsequential. He doesn't have to ask their permission. Some other things he cannot do. And we're going to sum all this up in a minute with some pretty slides that'll kind of be a little easier to read. He can't waste the property. He can't go in there and clear cut it of all the timber, right? Because if it were like pretty forest land or something, you could see somebody making a bunch of money just letting a company come in and take every tree down. But it would also diminish the value. So he couldn't do that in this case. He could if it were fee simple absolute, but conventional life estate does indeed have this limitation. He can cut enough trees down to sell for the purpose of maintaining the property or using as fuel, but not just every single tree just to get every ounce of every bit of dollar, every cent he could out of it and its resources. Okay. That is conventional life estate. The key here is that the buyer, grantee person is both the life tenant and the measuring life. Now let's go to the other kind, called an estate pour haute vie, a French term that means for the life of another, which gives you a glimpse as to what we're going to talk about as the difference. In this other kind, this measuring life is a different person from the life tenant. Let's look at it over here. Estate pour haute vie. I don't know French, but some French person who does not French, but a lady who speaks French told me, don't say autre, it's haute, I guess. So, for the life of another. I'll write it shorter. And so in this case, the life tenant is the 25-year-old farmer. And then the measuring life is, let's say, Thelma, a different person. Who's Thelma? I just made her up. She is an old lady that's like 70. She lives in a house or cabin on the edge of the land that's being given or sold to that 25-year-old tenant. And so Thelma gets to live there and keep living there, not be disturbed. And as long as she's alive, this life tenant gets to use the property. Not as good of a deal as it was a while ago with the conventional, because this time the lifespan, if Thelma's 70 years old, probably not going to end up being as long, since now it's her life that it depends on instead of the 25-year-olds. But for the sake of showing you the difference, let's make it this kind of a situation. So we have that seller couple, the 80-year-old couple. They sold this estate for the life of another to the life tenant neighbor, 25-year-old. He gets to use it as long as Thelma, the measuring life person, is alive. Now, what happens when Thelma dies? The same thing as before. Either it reverts or it goes to a remainderment, as set up by the seller. That has not changed. The measuring life person is what has changed. So here's what makes this one inheritable instead of non-inheritable. What if the life tenant dies before Thelma does? What if that 25-year-old walks across the road to check the mail and gets run over by the postal truck and dies? The measuring life person's still alive. She's now 73. He's 28 and dead. But he's got a 1-year-old. He's got a kid and a spouse. Which means he still owns this estate pour haute vie or pour haute vie, which he can leave to his heirs, his spouse and his kid. And now they get to continue owning it still as long as measuring life Thelma is still alive. That's the little weird difference. That's why it's inheritable, as opposed to the other one not being. So let's look at it in a more legible way. Estate pour haute vie for the life of another. The life estate is inheritable. You can leave it to your heirs if you, the life tenant, die before the measuring life person does. The seller has imposed that limitation of this lifespan being the limit of your ownership duration. The buyer gets the property for just only as long as that other person is alive, the measuring life person. The life tenant is the buyer. The measuring life is the one on whose lifespan the ownership depends. And when that measuring life dies, it depends on the original seller as to what happens next. Either it reverts back to the seller or their estate, or it goes to a third party like a charity or a person called a remainderment. So this one is inheritable. And then this one is not. Conventional life estate is not inheritable because the life tenant is the same person as the measuring life. And when the measuring life dies, the estate goes away from them because it's the same person. Seller has imposed that as the limitation. That was the only way that that buyer was able to buy it, was as a life estate. Life tenant measuring life, all that's the same stuff. So here's the other stuff about both kinds of life estates. What can they do with it? They can sell it. They can transfer their interest. They can mortgage it. If they can find a lender or bank willing to loan them money against it, they can rent it out. I don't know how likely it is that they can do that, by the way, that they could mortgage it. They could use the wood on the property for fuel and repairs. So if they can find a willing party for any of these things, they can do those things, but it only is going to last as long as the lifespan of the measuring life. They have some responsibilities. That life tenant in a conventional life estate, they excuse me, they can't waste it. They can't clear cut the trees, but they can use enough of the timber to sell, to make repairs, to maintain the property, that sort of thing. They have to pay the property taxes, and they have to pay the interest on the original owner's mortgage. I haven't seen that last bullet on the practice exams, but just file that away in your memory just in case. What they can't do is, again, destroy, waste the property, get rid of every single piece of timber, or will the property to others when it's a conventional life estate. Why can't they will it to others? Because as soon as they die, it goes away from them and their heirs. if it was for the life of another pour out V instead, then they could will it to their heirs. Are we okay there so far? This might just have to sink in over time. So read back through it now that I've explained it. Maybe it'll sound better in the chapter. Let's talk about another difficult one. The last thing, fee simple defeasible. When you see the word defeasible, think of the word defeatable, because this kind of ownership could be defeated. You could lose it. If you buy property fee simple defeasible, you're buying it with conditions. But this time, the conditions don't involve somebody's lifespan. The conditions involve what you're allowed to do with it. Fee simple defeasible can be defeated if you do the wrong thing with it. So there's two categories under it. Determinable and subject to a condition subsequent. I hate that these words are so long and ridiculous and legal sounding. I wish we could make them a little simpler. But I think that's part of the challenge is you see these stupid words and it's like, oh, can you just speak English and keep it simple? Fee simple defeasible means it can be defeated. You have to either keep using the property in a certain way, in which case it would be this, fee simple defeasible determinable. In other words, you could buy the property from someone who says, look, this property is nice, gorgeous forest land, woodland, and I'll sell it to you, but only if you use it just for yourself to build a house on, and keep most of the woods intact. Keep it forest land, but you're not allowed to clear cut it and sell it to a developer or develop it yourself. Not allowed to do that. You have to keep it as forest land. Maybe they would even put on a percentage. Keep it 90% woods. I don't know. But keep using it in a certain way would be fee simple defeasible determinable. So let's get into that a little bit. Seller has imposed that limitation that the buyer must keep using it a certain way. Another example that I like to use is you have to keep using it with the church intact. It's land that has a church on it. You can't get rid of the church. Must always let the church use it. Have it. You can buy it. You can own it. It's 10 acres. You can do anything you want with the other 9 acres, but let that church have that acre that they're sitting on and do their thing. The minute you try to get rid of the church, then you don't get to keep this anymore. This is not your property anymore. We'll talk about how that goes away from them if they were to violate the rule in a little bit. Instead of must keep using it a certain way, it could be that the seller says you may not use it in a certain way. And that sounds like the same thing. But it would be like this. You're not allowed to use it to sell alcohol. You might be tempted to develop it or sell it to a developer to put up a strip mall or a bar or a restaurant. But whatever you do, all of that is okay. But none of the things that you do with it are able to be, blanked, sell alcohol from, right? So think about it that way. Fee simple determinable, must keep using it a certain way. Fee simple defeasible subject to, must not use it in a certain way. Sorry guys, 1 second. Okay, sorry about that. So Here we go. What happens if the condition you are required to maintain is violated? If it's fee simple defeasible determinable, meaning you must keep using it in a certain way, and you violate that, then it automatically reverts back to the seller. You lose it automatically. We don't have to go down the rabbit trail, and I honestly don't know what we would do legally, procedurally, to make that happen. It'd probably involve maybe a letter from an attorney, if I had to guess. Never had to deal with it. And you don't need to know that level for the test. In real life, if this were to be a thing that came up, you would tag an attorney and say, hey, we got this issue. What do we do now? And for the test, you don't have to go that far either. Just know that fee simple defeasible determinable, if it gets violated, if you were supposed to keep using it for farmland and you didn't, then it automatically goes back to the seller. You lose it automatically. If it's fee simple defeasible condition subsequent, which means you must not use it in a certain way, like not selling alcohol, and if you violate that, it does not automatically revert. The seller would have to take you to court over it to get it back. Again, that's the furthest you need to go with this for the test. So that's about it for fee simple defeasible. The fact that it's must keep using versus must not use, and then determinable is automatic revert, and condition subsequent does not auto revert. The seller would have to take you to court to get it back. How about this? A deed that includes a condition requiring something of the owner is called what? The deed requires something of the owner. I'll give you some multiple choices. Fee simple defeasible, determinable, or subject to a condition subsequent. See if I can write those choices there. Defeasible, determinable, or subject to a condition subsequent. Now, theoretically, a case could be made that all three are valid answers here. But what we're looking for is the best answer. And so while a deed including a condition could certainly be determinable, and it could also be a subject to, is there an answer choice here that includes both of them? Yeah, that's A. So we don't know enough information to say that it's definitely determinable or definitely subject to, but we do have enough information to say that it's some kind of a defeasible, because a defeasible could either be one or the other of those other options. So the A is the best answer in light of the actual question they are asking. See how that goes? Watch out for that. So, as an example, I'm going to kind of actually do that here. I know. Yeah, agreed. Michael agrees to buy property from Dwight. During the title search, the attorney, also known as the settlement agent, sees that Michael is limited to only using the property as a farm. What type of freehold estate does Michael have? Is it a fee simple determinable, detectable, discoverable, or defeasible? Part of this process is knowing enough terminology and vocabulary to know when it's a word that's nonsense. Some of these words we didn't even talk about yet, and they're not even in the course. Fee simple detectable, fee simple discoverable, Those are just words we made up and threw in there as decoy answers. So B and C are easy to say no to. Then A versus D goes back to that example I just gave you. Which one is it? Michael's limited to only using the property as a farm. He must keep using it as a farm, right? That's what we're saying. And if he must keep using it as a farm, it is not only defeasible, it is also more specifically determinable, right? If determinable was not one of the answer choices, then defeasible would be the best of the remaining three answers. But determinable is there, so we have to use that because the rule that Dwight has given him is it must keep using it as a farm. Now, some of you might have thought in your decision-making process for the answer, well, Dwight says that you must not use it as anything else, but that's kind of not the same thing. Must keep using it as a farm is kind of like saying must not use it as something else, but we got to be more specific. And so for the purposes of this test, the exam, and this topic, determinable is the best answer there. Chandler agrees to purchase a property from Phoebe. I wrote these a couple years ago, so rest in peace, Matthew Perry, for those of you who are Friends fans. Chandler agreed to purchase a property from Phoebe. The closing attorney discovered that Chandler could never use the property as a business serving alcohol. What type of estate does Chandler have? Defeasible, consequential, condition subsequent, or condition servient? Step 1, see if any answer choices are nonsense, and 2 of them are nonsense. B and D, not a thing. That leaves defeasible or condition subsequent. And so we're looking at a use that is not allowed, must not use it as a thing. That would be fee simple, defeasible, subject to a condition subsequent. So again, A is not enough since C is there. If C wasn't an answer choice, then A would be the best of the answers. But C is an option, so C is the best choice. Does that make sense? I'm looking at faces. Okay, good. Stanley goes under contract to purchase a property from Meredith. During the title search, the closing attorney discovers Stanley's use of the property has no limitations at all. What type of deed does Stanley have? With no conditions, no limitations. Fee simple, avulsion, alienation, annexation, or absolute? What a jerk. He used a bunch of A words that actually exist in the course. What is he trying to do? Trick us? No, just make sure you know to learn your vocabulary. Because just knowing the vocabulary words could get you some free points. Even if the question itself doesn't make sense, you might be able to say, well, avulsion is a water right. We're not even talking about water rights, so A can't be it. And fee simple, avulsion is not a thing. Alienation, we'll learn later, is having to do with selling your property. But fee simple alienation is not a thing. We've already seen the word annexation, but that has to do with fixtures. So no limitations at all. Fee simple, absolute, all day long. Good job. Everybody got it. Ron Swanson agrees to sell his land to Andy and April. The attorney discovers during title search that Andy and April's use of the property has a limitation. What kind of deed do they have? All it says is some sort of limitation. Fee simple, determinable, condition subsequent, absolute, or defeasible. Now you're getting it. Look at you guys showing off. Can't be fee simple absolute because that would be no limitations. It could be fee simple determinable because that is some sort of a condition, and also condition subsequent, but we don't have enough info to determine between the two of them, to decipher between the two. So the one that encompasses both is D. Nailed it. Well done. Okay. Homestead Act, we do have that in North Carolina. They have it. I think it's a little more common in other states like Florida. There are different rules for different states. But basically, if you get in trouble with your creditors, The Homestead Act exists to protect you from potentially losing your home because you owe people money, because you owe creditors money. We're not talking about property tax. You could still lose your home if you're not paying your property taxes. We're talking about like credit card creditors, any other kind of money that you might borrow. So a home can still be foreclosed if you don't pay your taxes or your mortgage, but if you don't pay your credit card bills or other types of creditors, there's a certain coverage level of protection that you have in North Carolina as to not being able to lose your home over it. The book doesn't go into too much detail. It's like a paragraph. But that's about it. I haven't seen very many questions about this at all. And I haven't seen it in real life very much at all. We don't usually run into this as a broker. If they have Homestead Act questions, that's, again, an attorney question. A property owner wants to transfer their property to another person and have it returned back to them. Which option should they put in place? Reversionary or remainderment? Good job. We want reversionary. Okay. Had to split this up in my little Canva program because it was just too big of a file. So let me flip one over to the next thing. Now, let's talk about how many people own property and how they might do so as co-owners. Let's get out of the way. Let's get out of the way the possibility of a single person owning property because it's pretty basic. The word for one person or one entity owning property is... Did I do that? Okay, sorry. The word is severalty, ownership in severalty. And when I first saw that, I thought, well, that's a dumb word because several is several people. But you got to not look at it that way. Instead of the word several, think of severalty as the word sever. Just sever, like when you sever something, you cut something off, you have one piece of a thing. That's the only way I can think of to make this word make sense. So ownership of one entity or one single person is ownership in severalty. But the bulk of the conversation tonight about ownership is when more than one person owns it or more than one entity owns it. The name for that is concurrent. If more than one person owns something, you own it concurrently. And that's easier for me to remember because con in Spanish is with, if I'm not mistaken. So with others, maybe. So concurrent ownership is what we're going to talk about. When you own something with someone else, I don't know, I remember a few TV shows long ago and like comedy shows where somebody was mad at their roommate and they said, well, let's just draw a physical line down the center of the apartment and you stay on your side and I'll stay on my side. Oops, too bad for you. The bathroom's on my side, but the kitchen's on your side, right? You could see the hijinks could ensue and it would be haha, whatever. But that's not legally allowed. And it's because of unity of possession. Both owners or all three owners or all 10 owners have the same equal access to the whole property because of unity of possession. They own full access. What they own separately is their percentage of ownership, so that if they sold it, they would get their percentage in cash from the proceeds, but not usage. So we have three kinds of multiple people ownership or concurrent ownership. We have something called tenants in common, which, as a matter of fact, is the most common type of ownership when it's a non-married couple. We have joint tenancy, which in North Carolina is actually the least used because we don't really like it here. It requires some fancy wording to pull it off properly. In North Carolina, wording written by the attorney. And then we have tenancy by the entirety, which is the phrase that means married folks. When you're married, the commonly known best form of ownership for married people is tenancy by the entirety. You don't have to own it with your spouse as tenancy by the entirety, though. You could choose to own it in any of these three ways when you're married. But the one that is most often used by married people is tenancy by the entirety because of one very important characteristic, and it's called the right of survivorship. So when you're married and you own property together and you choose to own it as tenants by the entirety, think about this. What if you were remarried, second spouse for each of you, and you both had adult kids, and you just wanted to go buy a beach condo to live in? You weren't worried about any of your kids. Both of your sets of kids are in good shape financially. You're not trying to still support one of them. All you want to make sure of is that your new love of your life, with whom you bought this condo as tenants by the entirety, is going to be okay when you die. You want it set up so that if you die, that condo goes to them, your spouse, not your kids. Because in that sort of a situation, if there was a dispute, wouldn't it be ugly? New spouse versus kids from the old spouse, right? So tenancy by the entirety eliminates that because the surviving spouse automatically gets 100% of the ownership. The kids are irrelevant. They don't have a shot at all because you own it tenancy by the entirety, which means surviving spouse gets it. Couple other things about it. If you want it to become tenancy by the entirety, if you were to have bought it by yourself before you got married, you would own it in severalty, because that's what it's called when a single person owns it. And then later on you got married, it's not going to automatically convert to this. You would have to go to the attorney and say, hey, attorney, I want you to switch it over to both of us on the deed. Make it me and them owning it as tenants by the entirety. Both of you have to sign in order to sell, but that's the case no matter who's on the deed, one or the both, or either or both. It's also the most favored type of ownership for spouses in North Carolina. And unless you tell the attorney otherwise, they're going to assume this is what you want. When they find out you're married and you're buying property, the attorney's going to write up the deed, and they're going to write it as tenants by the entirety automatically because it's so common. If you're savvy enough to know the difference and want something different, you're going to know. And as a broker, you're going to want to inform your client, look, let's make sure the attorney writes it up in this whatever other way we'd rather them write it up. How's this different from marital life estate? Marital life estate is about the spouse not being able to cut the surviving spouse out altogether. So think about it being like a mean deceased spouse. They're trying to either cut them out or give them a pitifully small amount of the ownership. With the marital life estate thing that we studied, that's not possible. The surviving spouse is guaranteed to get a certain minimum percentage based on how many years they were married to the person. This is not exactly that. This is saying the spouse is going to get all of it when the one dies. Right? We okay there? This stuff, you kind of have to just roll it around and around in your head. Read through it in the book too. And just kind of keep it straight. Make a chart of the three kinds of concurrent ownership and try to list out the characteristics and how they're different. So that's by the entirety. If a single person, there it is, same thing I just said. If you buy it while you're still single, then you get married, the ownership does not automatically turn into tenancy by the entirety. There's no magic ink on that deed that's going to reform itself into the words by the entirety, because it wasn't that originally and it's not that legally. But they still have to sign if you were to sell it. So I have a story. Another instructor from another school, Travis Everett, actually, which you might have run across Travis Everett's YouTube channel. I'll put that in the chat. It's just another same class. In fact, I think he uses the same book. But you might want to just get it from his approach, sort of get his take on how this stuff goes. And he's got years of this. You always look for the most recent version because the rules change. But he gave a story that I liked, because when I first started teaching this 5 years ago, his videos were one way that I got up to speed faster. I could listen to him in the car while I was mowing the grass or whatever. So I listened to him myself. And his example was this, a real example from his life. He had a best friend, and the best friend listed his house. Wait a minute, let me think. Yeah, listed his house with Travis. And the best friend said, okay, I'm going to Vegas for the weekend, but the closing is on Monday, and I've already signed the papers with you, Travis, for you to sign everything needing signing on my behalf. He gave Travis a power of attorney, so he didn't need to show up to closing because he knew he had this Vegas trip. And so Travis was like, okay, fine, whatever. We're friends. I don't mind doing that for you. The friend went to Vegas with his girlfriend. Do you know what's coming? They gambled, they partied, they did stuff on Saturday night or maybe Sunday morning. Yeah, I think it was Sunday morning. He called Travis and said, oh man, it's been a crazy weekend. And Travis was like, oh, did you win a bunch of money? Well, no, but also we got married. We went to Elvis married us, right? We went to the Chapel of Love or whatever it is, and they got married the night before. And Travis said, congratulations, but we have an issue. And he's like, what do you mean about the real estate? No, but I already signed the papers over so you could sign on my behalf. And Travis said, yes, you did. But back then you were the only person who owned it. Now you have a co-owner because you got married last night. And now we need to figure something out so she can sign off on the closing papers too, because that has to happen. Oops, he wasn't planning to come home tomorrow, but he did. Friend had to come home, change his plans, come home, show up to closing instead of letting Travis handle it because he didn't know, he didn't realize. And so now there are two owners that had to sign off automatically because they were married. See? Get that difference? She had to sign so that it could be sold. It takes one signature to buy, two signatures to sell. In North Carolina, that's what that little saying means. So are both people on the deed? In this case, when you're a single person buying it and then later get married, if both of you are on the deed because you both bought it before you were married, then what you're going to be titled is tenants in common, which we haven't gotten to yet. You won't be tenants by the entirety unless you go to the attorney and say, please make this happen. Please change it in this way. So a lot of it is about the attorneys being told what they want them to do. Here's a reminder about marital rights. Both spouses must sign the deed to transfer the title to the new owner. How do we end or terminate tenancy by the entirety? A couple different ways. Tenancy by the entirety for married people could go away, death, because now the married couple is no longer both living, so the surviving spouse is the only owner. They are now an owner in severalty. It could also be legal agreement, meaning, hey, we want to not own it by the entirety anymore. Let's change it over to tenants in common. Why might a married couple want to change it away from this type? What might be, and it's not a negative necessarily. It's not like a bad thing. They're not mad at each other, but possibly. But they just don't want to have this property as tenants by the entirety anymore. They want to own it as something else. Because maybe, it might have to do with making it an investment property. Maybe they're going to keep it, buy something else, but they want this to now be a rental. And so she is more the real estate person. He's more of a, Here's my part of the money. Let me go do my thing. I'm not interested in the real estate. You take care of that. And she says, well, let's put it as tenants in common instead of by the entirety. Maybe they also want to bring in another person, a third or fourth partner. And so all four of them are going to own it now as tenants in common. So it doesn't necessarily have to be a negative, this legal agreement reason that tenancy by the entirety might go away. And then divorce, obviously, probably the most common after death, that tenancy by the entirety goes away. So how does this apply in real life? As a broker, when you go there, you might talk to one of the spouses, and you might not realize right away, but as you're talking to them in their kitchen table, one of them's there, not the other one. You checked the deed before you got there. They saw that both names were on it. If you were really smart, you called ahead and told them, are both of you going to be at the meeting? Because I need both signatures on the listing agreement. And then you eventually realize, oh, wait, well, we're divorced. Oh, okay. Well, just, make sure you have the divorce agreement with you when I meet you. You ask that not necessarily so you can see the agreement, but at least so that you can get them talking about it. Because what you want to know are all the dirty details. No, I'm just kidding. What you want to know is, are you really divorced? Sometimes people use that word because they've been separated for 4 years for the sake of the kids. We need to know 100% for sure, because we need to know who needs to show up and sign things. And I had that actual thing happen to me. Ex-girlfriend. I've been pretty cordial with any ex-girlfriend I've ever had. And one day, one of them called. There weren't a whole lot to begin with, but she called and she said, hey, still in the business? Have a house in Madison Park in Charlotte I want to sell. After we dated and stopped dating, she eventually started another guy. They got married and had a kid. And so she's not with him anymore. She said, we're split up. And I asked all the normal questions. Come to find out, for 5 years they've been split up, but they're getting along pretty well. She's like, he's cool, I'm cool, we don't have a problem. We just want to raise the kid and not have any sort of, negativity for the kid. But we are on the deed together and we are officially still married. And I was like, oh, okay, well, he's not here today, I see. She's like, yeah, don't worry about it. No big deal. He'll sign whatever I ask him to. I'm like, okay, well, I will tentatively believe you, but I will officially believe it when I see it. And so I just had to wait a little bit till I had it back from him before I could do everything and officially put it on the market, right? And it did actually work. That was one of the few cases, I think, probably, where he was actually cool about it. He did sign everything, but it could have been ugly. And I think usually it might get ugly. So just make sure you find out. Are you really divorced? That's important. Separation is not good enough. It's still tenants by the entirety, if that's what it was. When we come back from break, we'll talk about the tenants in common, which is the most common type. And I'll see you back here in 10 minutes.
seat back.
Responding to a separate similar incident, the CEO...
The whole trip, she pushed my seat. You seen it. No, she didn't. She put, no. I'm allowed to put my seat back. I'm allowed to put my seat back. I'm allowed to put my seat back.
It is believed that the woman was traveling on a Delta Airlines flight. Responding to a separate similar incident, the CEO of Delta Airlines said passengers should ask for permission before pushing back their seats on an airplane. Ed Bastian made the claim on CNBC's Squawk Box. He said, "I think customers have the right to recline. But I think the proper thing to do if you're going to recline into somebody is that you ask if it's okay first. If someone knows there's a tall person behind them and they want to recline their seat, I think the polite thing would be to make certain it's okay. Now, whose side are you on?"
All right, let's come on back together. Pick it up with tenants in common, how we left it off. We just talked about tenants by the entirety for married people. Tenants in common is indeed the most common kind of ownership for everybody, definitely non-married. Oop, I knew it. I saw that. I knew it. I knew better. I knew I muted it, but I just always forget it. Okay. Tenants in common is the most common kind of ownership. But married people could choose it too. They are allowed. There are a couple of things, couple of features in place for tenants in common. Reasons why people might want to use this method. Why is it the most common? Well, you can have uneven shares. So my example I like to use is, let's say, recent college graduates, boyfriend, girlfriend. She's got her act together. She gets a pretty good job right out of college. He's still finding himself. And so she's got a chunk of money she's saved up, like $30,000. He only has about $5,000. They're going to put down a down payment. And she says to him, "Well, you're cute and I love you, but you're crazy if you think we're going to own this thing 50-50. I'm putting more of my money down. I'm going to be making a bigger portion of the house payment. So how do we need to own this, attorney, in order for me to have a more ownership portion, greater ownership portion than he does?" That might be an example, right? So in that case, maybe 70-30, maybe 80-20. It's also a good point to mention here with tenants in common. What happens if he dies or she dies? What happens if he goes skydiving and he dies? Is his portion inheritable? Yes. She could end up co-owning this property with his parents, who she hates and who don't like her, right? So if you want to avoid that situation, then maybe instead of tenants in common, you need to pick joint tenancy, because with joint tenancy, it offers that same characteristic as tenants by the entirety, called right of survivorship. The remaining owners get all of the property in joint tenancy with right of survivorship. In other words, if he were to die, then she gets all of it. She's now an owner in severalty. The parents don't get anything. So that's one big difference as to why you might pick tenancy in common. You can have uneven ownership amounts. You can leave your portion to your heirs or whomever you want to. You can sell your portion without the permission of your co-owners. Wait a minute. You mean if I own this with two other people, all three of us own this thing, that one of the three of us could sell their piece and all of a sudden we could be co-owners with somebody we did not approve? Correct. Does not require your co-owner's permission. That's just part of the deal that you need to be comfortable with when you enter into this thing. You better be pretty sure your co-owners aren't going to do this to you. Or if they do, they'll make sure, maybe out of courtesy, to let you know who they're thinking of selling it to, right? It could also be encumbered by a lien or a mortgage, just your portion. So if you have some sort of lien crop up, or if you want to take some equity out of it, and you have maybe 60% of ownership in the property, you can take some equity of that 60%. And it only encumbers or puts a burden on your portion. And it also, tenants in common, allows for the owners to have bought it or bought into it at different times. You don't all have to buy it at the same time. Me and you, any of you, let's say just one of you and me, we could buy it together, and we choose to be like 60-40. You have 60% of it, I have 40% of it, and we buy it today. And then next year, we decide, you know what, let's bring in a third partner. We could work all the money out there, and then when that third person comes in, now it's three of us who own it. We still own it as tenants in common, all the three of us. Whatever the percentage is, it could be different of each of us, but we could have acquired it at different times. With joint tenancy, in order for it to be called joint tenancy, then you would have had to buy it at the same time. So that person that we bring in as a third owner next year, you and I who buy it today, we're still going to be joint tenants if that's what we did today. But then next year, when that person comes into the mix because we decide to make them a partner, they can't be a joint tenant because they didn't buy it at the same time originally. They're going to be a tenant in common, while you and I, are just the joint tenants together because of the different time of acquisition. And then tenancy in common and joint tenancy both allow this last bullet point. You could force me to sell so that you could get your money out of it. It's called partition, the right of partition. You could sue me through the right of partition so that we could cash out and you could get your piece and move on with life. That is not allowed by the entirety. Tenancy by the entirety. Spouses can't sue each other to sell in order to get their portion. That's not allowed. But it is allowed in tenancy in common and joint. Here's what it would look like if one of three partners sold their portion. So originally we have Pam and Jim. They each have different amounts of ownership. Pam at 33%, Jim at 27%. Toby has a 40% share. My graphics don't really make sense, but they're looking like an even third. But Toby has a 40%. He sells to Phyllis and Creed. And so now it's four owners. He sold it without their permission. He didn't need their permission. And then also you notice on the right, all of the owners have a different amount of ownership. That is possible with tenants in common. If the people involved here did not want to have uneven amounts of ownership, then they can't use tenancy in common. They're going to have to go a different route. They can't be all married to each other either, four people, so they're going to have to go with joint tenancy. And then there's that right of partition. If you're mad at your co-owner and you want to just get your piece and move on, you could sue them. You could force them to sell through right of partition. That's pretty much tenants in common in a nutshell. The main thing is no right of survivorship, uneven ownership, different times of ownership still allows this to be called tenants in common. You can do anything you want with your portion, mortgage it, sell it without permission of the others, and you can sue each other to sell it so that you can cash out. Joint tenancy, the last one we'll talk about of the three, not ideal, not favored in North Carolina. You'll see in your book, a paragraph says that very thing, and they talk about how if you want joint tenancy in North Carolina, the attorney would have to write the language in the deed document very exactly and specifically to achieve the joint tenancy goal. That's all you really need to know. They just need to know exactly what verbiage to write so that deed is written properly, accomplishing joint tenancy. It's not common, but it does offer right of survivorship. So it's a way to have this without being married. If you don't want to marry somebody, but you want to co-own it with them and have this right of survivorship feature, so if they die, you get all of it and vice versa, this would be the option to pick for the purposes of this class and this exam. Now, let me take off that hat and say in real life, pretty much any of the three of these types of concurrent ownership can be tailored to the way you want it. But for the purpose of this test, you just need to have it compartmentalized and be aware that tenants by the entirety have these basic features in common, have certain features, and joint tenancy has certain features. But out there in the real world, you can probably craft this thing. An attorney can write it to the wishes of the participants. Here's that joint tenancy for unities of ownership, the unity of possession. You can't draw a line down the middle and keep them from using the bathroom. The possession of interest, time, and title. It's only joint tenancy if you bought it at the same time, and there's right of survivorship involved. And if you want to leave it to your heirs, your portion, it's impossible with this. You can't accomplish the goal of leaving it to your spouse and kids if you're a joint tenant with someone else, because the remaining people who own it are going to be the ones that get your piece. It will be absorbed into them. Maybe you were 33 and a third, 1/3 member owners of this property together with two other people. You get married to some other person, have kids, you die. Now it's a 50-50 ownership with those same remaining owners, not the person you married, because they came along later. They never were on the deed at all. So if you wanted that to be accomplished when you got married, wait a minute, I want to make sure that my spouse and kids own my portion here, then you're going to need to convince your co-owners while you're still alive to change this joint tenancy version over to tenants in common, aren't you? Because if it stays joint tenancy, then your spouse and kids aren't going to get anything from this property. Am I muted? Or was that old? Okay, that was old. Sorry. Okay, there's the unity of time. Jim, Pam, and Toby buy it originally, but then later Toby sells to Oscar. Oscar is not a joint tenant because he bought it later. He bought into it later, not originally with everyone else. So he's going to be a tenant in common while Jim and Pam would be joint. And then this is one I've already made the point a couple of times, but it's because I've seen it on test questions a couple of times. Jim, Pam, Kelly, Toby. Kelly dies, has a will. The test question might even say so much as to go so far as to say Kelly has a spouse and kids. She wants to leave her portion to them. She owns it as joint tenant with Pam and Jim and Toby. Kelly dies. What's going to happen? Choice A. It goes to Kelly's spouse and kids because that's what she left in her will. Choice B. It sticks with Jim, Pam, and Toby. Now they're 1/3 members or owners. And they'll throw you two more possibilities there. It's B. Sorry, spouse and kids. Kelly should have changed it and convinced Jim and Pam and Toby to change it before she died. Because you're out. Because she owned it as a joint tenant instead of a tenant in common. Get me? So what are the differences between tenants in common and joint tenancy? Tenants in common allows for unequal shares. Joint tenancy assumes that everybody's going to own it equally. 3 people, it's going to be 33% each. 4 people, 25% each. Tenants in common, they can buy at different times, and there's always another tenant in common. But with joint tenancy, in order to be considered one, you have to have bought originally with everyone else. Tenants in common, when one of them dies, then it's their will that determines what happens to their portion. But with joint tenancy, when one of them dies, their portion is assumed to be inherited by the remaining owners who are joint tenants. This type of question between these things would probably show up on the national portion of the exam because, again, don't forget, joint tenancy is not legally favored in North Carolina. We don't do it that way much around here. So you probably aren't going to see a joint tenancy question on the state portion of the exam. Just take that for what it is. So owners who want the fewest limitations on their ownership interests would want which type of tenancy? Pause for a second. Think about the differences. Joint tenancy, tenants in common, or tenants by the entirety, which one has the fewest limitations? In other words, which one allows for uneven ownership? Which one allows for you to have bought in later, not at the same time? Which one allows for right of survivorship or leaving it to your heirs, right? Good job. People don't get this right off sometimes because they're thinking, well, they all have rules. True. But good point that tenants in common is sort of the more flexible of the 3, right? All right, let's talk about the property. We've been talking about the people. Now let's talk about the property types themselves. There are hybrid forms of ownership. There's single-family homes, one property on a piece of land, but these are 4 kinds of hybrid forms of ownership. Condos, townhouses, cooperatives, and timeshares. Anybody ever live in a condo or a townhouse, or for that matter, any of these 4? Anybody stayed in any kind of these? Anybody own a timeshare? Or at least gone through the sales pitch for 5 hours? Or how about a cooperative? I think some of you are not originally from North Carolina. We don't have a lot of cooperative setups in Charlotte, at least. But like New York, other big cities, I think that might be a little more of a common thing. We'll see what co-ops are looking like, how they are legally set up in a minute. Yeah, I'm not surprised to see condos. With a condominium, what do you own? This actually, now that I look at it after putting this image in a couple of years ago, this is a hospital room, but it looks like a really cool condo except for that bed. I just need to swap out the bed. It's like very contemporary, streamlined, except for the plug on the wall. But with a condo, if we're pretending that's what this is, you do not own the structure. You own the painted surface. So bring a tape measure and pull it from interior wall to interior wall. That's what you own. The airspace. As a condominium owner, painted surface to painted surface. Airspace. Horizontal ownership. Because if we go down vertically and get down to the dirt that this building is sitting on, you don't own that dirt in a condo. That's not part of what you own. What else about a condo? The common areas, part of this layout, like the pool, the tennis court, the clubhouse, they are co-owned by everybody who owns a unit in that complex, all as tenants in common together. You pay HOA fees, and then you co-own all of the common area with your co-owners. So there's 2 kinds of ownership happening in this situation of a condo. There's a fee simple of some sort for the actual unit you occupy, and then there's tenants in common for the common areas. And one other thing I probably should throw in here, with condos, you don't own the dirt. The dirt is not included, right? Just the airspace. Side note, when we get to the chapter later on insurance, we'll discover that there is a special kind of insurance policy for condominium owners only. And that's because the only thing you need to worry about with condos is your personal property and the cabinetry and stuff within the airspace, not the structure, not the roof. Here's an example of common elements you might see in a condominium. Pool, weight room, those might be available to everybody, but maybe boat slips are optional. Available, but optional. If you want to pay extra, that would be what's called a limited common element. Another example could be garage space. They don't have a garage for everyone, but if you want to pay extra, you can get garage. So limited common elements versus common elements. Available to everyone versus whoever wants to pay extra to have that extra space, extra privilege. There is some legislation that goes way back to 1986. And it's called the Condominium Act of 1986. It applies only to new construction condominiums. Don't let this throw you. Because I could see somebody thinking, oh, this applies only to condos built in 1986. No, it applies to new construction condos, but the legislation came out way back then. This does not apply when you're buying townhouses or something in a planned unit development. Only new construction condos. What is it? What does this Condo Act say? The developer has to record a plat map, which is literally a survey-looking map of the whole community, showing what it consists of. The developer also, according to the Condo Act, has to record a declaration saying this is going to be conducted and handled in the form of a condominium complex. Not a townhouse. This is a condo. This is how we're going to treat this thing. All the co-owners own the common elements as tenants in common. They own their own units themselves as fee simple something or other. It's going to say those things in writing. It's also going to create an owners association. It's required through the Condo Act of 1986 that when you build a new condominium complex, the developer sets up the HOA or the UOA, Unit Owners Association. And then also, here's the big one that I see more often on the test. Can you have buyer's remorse when you buy a new construction condo and get out of the purchase? Yes, for up to 7 days. There is a 7-day right of rescission. If you wake up tomorrow after signing it, after that big, strong sales pitch today, wake up tomorrow and you're like, what did I do? I don't want to lock myself in. I don't want to do this anymore. You've got 7 days to rescind the contract. That's just but that's new construction. On the test, I could see them writing some paragraph situation and sliding it in there, one little obscure phrase where it says a resale condominium, blah, 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 and the owner wants to exercise the 7-day right of rescission, or the new purchaser. Sorry, that doesn't apply. That's not going to work because it's a resale. It's only going to be applicable to new construction condos that the purchaser would get a 7-day right of rescission. In fact, there are only 2, at least in this course, cases where the buyer could have buyer remorse and rescind the contract. One of them is this, 7 days for new construction condos. The other one is what we'll see in a minute for timeshares. You have 5 days to back out of a timeshare purchase. You have 7 days to back out of a condo purchase if it's new construction or new build. Let's talk about the dirt. Townhouses have dirt included. This is vertical ownership. So it looks probably like something like this. Includes the dirt on which it sits. Not very much dirt. I help a family friend. I go over there and cut her grass every week. Now the winter's set in. I probably don't have to do it until like January. But don't give me too much credit because, guys, it literally takes 6.5 minutes. It is a townhouse courtyard. It is like I could almost touch each fence with my hands spread out. I just go there, use their stuff. It's not gas. It's just plug it into a power cord. The hardest part about the whole thing is making sure I don't run over the extension cord with the lawnmower. It's a silly lawnmower. He got it from Lowe's. I pick it up with one hand. It's like a vacuum cleaner. It's like, yeah, the literally the least I could possibly do for somebody, but it's a family friend and he passed away a couple months ago. And it's like, sure, absolutely. It couldn't possibly be any easier. But I have to do that because as part of it, she actually is a renter, but she gets to use the dirt too. If she owned that townhouse, she would own the dirt. The person that she rents from owns the dirt. And it's not very much to keep up, but it's still dirt as opposed to a condo. So condos are horizontal ownership, townhouses are vertical, includes the structure and the land beneath. It also means that the insurance policy is going to look a little different. The insurance policy is going to include the structure, right? Include more things than the condo one would include. And then here's the other testable thing, the common elements. They are owned by the homeowners association when it's a townhouse. They are not owned by all the owners like in a condo. They're not co-owned as tenants in common. They are owned by the HOA. And then again, you're paying HOA fees, you get to use them, but you're not a co-owner as tenants in common like you would be in a condo structure. That's two. The last two starts with this one, cooperative. We don't really see them. I think Charlotte might have one building that's handled this way. And it's going to look like a condo or an apartment building. But the way it's legally considered as far as ownership is what's different. A cooperative ownership system, not very common in North Carolina, but you own a share of stock in the corporation that owns the building. You get a share of stock, but then in order to use your individual unit, you get a proprietary lease. That's what lets you use unit 2A or whatever it is. So you have two documents, proprietary lease and a stock certificate instead of a deed. In the corporation that owns the building. And then timeshares. Last one. And this one has that little mix of numbers as a memory aid. 5, 5, 5, 10, 5. Timeshares specifically in North Carolina, it's the right to use property, occupy property, real estate for an amount of time. It's not a deed that you get. It's a right to use it for an amount of time, and the numbers mean this. In order for it to fall under the Timeshare Act, you must have the right to occupy it 5 times over the course of at least 5 years. So let's think about those 2 points. What if on the test question it says, Thelma has the right to occupy, she signs a paper, says she gets to occupy it 5 times over the course of at least 3 years. Is this a timeshare? No, it would have to be at least 5 years. Do you see what that's about? See how that goes? So right to occupy it 5 times over at least 5 years, a 5-day right of rescission. She can regret it and back out of it within 5 days. The developer has to hold the earnest money deposit that they took from her for 10 days. And then the last 5 is the $500 violation that the developer could charge her, the $500 violation penalty fine that the real estate commission could charge the developer for not adhering to the Timeshare Act properly. Timeshare Act has things in it like you must provide certain documentation, show the rules and what's involved in the ownership. And we'll look at that in the syllabus. Here's another thing about timeshares. The salespeople must have a real estate license. Salespeople must be licensed. Timeshares are regulated by the Real Estate Commission, and they are given a certificate of registration. Let's take a look at timeshares in the syllabus. Page 9 in the syllabus, and I'll flip over there. There we go. So again, you would have already done this. I'm sure you've already read this, but now let's put it together with the content. Vacation lease, prepaid hotel reservation, club membership, limited partnership, vacation bond. You might see all of these things referred to as a timeshare method of ownership. Multiple parties could buy interest in the same real estate because it's time-based. I get it from June 3rd through 16th. You get it from 17th through whatever. The interest could be leasehold or deeded ownership, depending on their choice. They're going to tell you in the timeshare disclosure which way are they handling it for this property. Buyers get the right to occupy for an amount of time during the ownership, but it must be, here it is, at least 5 separate times over at least 5 years. Those are the first 2 5s. Details of the Timeshare Act are covered under Section 21 in the syllabus about license law and commission rules. You can click on that link and see what that looks like. And by clicking on that link, let me show you what pops up. There it is. You could also Google that same thing, NCGS, and whatever the number is, 5B 101, is going to bring you to the same place. And it talks about timeshare registration. It looks like I would read through this one time. I don't think you have to memorize it. The main thing you need to know about timeshare is the 5, 5, 5, 10, 5. Let's go back to that syllabus. That's it. That's it for timeshares. Yep. Okay. So an owner has a title to a unit and owns the common area with the other owners. What is this type called? What type of hybrid ownership are we talking? Townhouse, condo, timeshare, or co-op? You got it. That's condo. They own the airspace and they co-own the common area as tenants in common. Owner has a title to the unit and owns the land and the building, the dirt and the structure. What is that? Well done. Good job. Owner owns a share of stock in the corporation who owns the building and leases a proprietary lease for access to their own unit. Co-op is right. Well done. And then finally, ownership or leasehold for a certain period of time is, of course, timeshare. So don't forget that. Timeshare could be ownership. It could also be just leasehold or non-freehold type of ownership or usage, possession. Trusts. Let's talk about trust for a second. In a trust, someone has placed assets. It could be money. It could be real estate. It could be any other kind of asset. And that trust is going to hold the asset. That legal structure is going to own the asset. And then someone, a third party called a trustee, probably an attorney of some sort, is going to be in charge of the assets in that trust. Why is it done this way? A couple of reasons. Might be done to avoid the probate process. Passing along real estate in the form of a trust instead of just non-trust means that you don't have to wait for it to go through probate. Also, you might want to give it to that person you wanted to give it to, that punk jerk kid that's not even 18 yet with the attitude. You don't want to give it all to them yet because they might just blow it because their brains haven't developed fully until 25, right? I think that's a scientific thing. And that might be another reason for trust. You might say, let's let that attorney trustee hang on to it and dictate what can be done with those assets until that beneficiary comes of some certain future age or accomplishment. They have to get a master's degree. They have to graduate college. They have to get to be 30 or 25 or 18, whatever it might be. So that's the gist of it. The grantor specifies how and when those assets pass on to the beneficiary. So you need to know some terms there. Grantor, the one who set up the trust. Trustee is the one who is facilitating, exercising, in charge of the trust. And the beneficiary is the one who is going to get the stuff that's in it, to benefit from it. Got several kinds of trusts that come up. Living trust is something that takes place during lifetime. A lot of times these things involve, what do you want your end of life process to include? Do you want to be resuscitated? That sort of thing. A testamentary trust involves your will. A land trust is something involving just real estate. And then this last one is probably the safest way to get involved with real estate investment, because you're owning shares in some big portfolio of a bunch of owned real estate. But you don't have to go paint the walls. You don't have to go pick it. You have nothing to do with the acquisition or the finding of the deal. You're just putting in your money, like buying a stock. So a real estate investment trust, a REIT, REIT, is just a whole bunch of people owning shares in this thing the money is being used to buy real estate. It could be residential, could be apartment buildings, could be commercial, office space. Whatever they're choosing to put that money toward, you as the shareholder is going to read the prospectus and see what is involved in this particular REIT. So that's what a real estate investment trust is, a way to invest without having to get your hands dirty, frankly. The trustor, grantor, is the one who created it. We just said that. The one who receives its beneficiary, and the third party fiduciary, oh, there's a big word, is the trustee, the attorney who controls that property as per the grantor's instructions. Fiduciary means somebody in charge of the finances, responsible for someone else in some way. And when we get to chapter 7 and 8, we'll find that we as brokers helping somebody buy and sell have certain fiduciary responsibilities to our clients. So we're going to see that word again. Probate, I mentioned it before. If any of you have lost a loved one and had to be involved in the legalities from that, maybe any of you possibly might have been an executor. My favorite is the female version of that, executrix. I doubt they use it anymore, but any word that can have an X in it is pretty cool. But probate is that process for distributing the assets of the deceased person. When they die, they might have owned a couple of cars, a couple of houses, some money in the bank, some life insurance policies, a variety of assets. You, as the executor, have to go in to the government office and say, hey, so-and-so died. Need to let you know they died. Here's the death certificate. And I need to open the probate process and let you know, here's a list of all of their assets that I know of. Part of that process of probate is also going to be running an ad in the paper to tell the world that so-and-so died, so that anybody that she might have owed money to can come forward within, I think, it's either 60 or 90 days. Now I'm mixed up. But it's some amount of time. It's a couple of months during which they can come forward and say, oh yeah, me, make sure you pay me out of that, the estate, because they owe me a couple $100 because I did some work or whatever it might be. So there's an amount of time, and what you're hoping for as the executor is nobody comes forward. They don't owe anybody because you don't want the estate amount to decrease before you get to disperse it to whoever's going to get it. Yes, good point. LeVar says, does probate include some costs? Yeah, there are some costs. It's not like crazy, but there are certainly some costs involved that would come from that estate. Opening probate, there's public notice to the creditors. We talked about holding real estate in a trust. There it is a potential way to avoid having it go through. Let me get out of the way. There it is. The probate process. So if you don't want to mess with this for that piece of real estate, then while you're still alive, switch it over to be owned within a trust. talk to an attorney. As a broker, somebody asks you these questions. Hey, I got a great attorney I can refer you to get these answers. Even if you know the answer because you did it yourself and you've lived it, it's very tempting to give answers because we gather info, we gather wisdom and knowledge in this business. And after 27 years, I know a couple of things. When somebody asks a question, my first thought is I can just give them the answer. But then the guy on the other shoulder says, yeah, but you don't want the responsibility for giving them that answer. Let's refer them to somebody else. And so at very most, I'll say, I think it might be such and such, but let's check with so-and-so professional for your specific case, right? That could be repairs, inspections, legal stuff. The Real Estate Commission wants to make sure we never give legal advice. Okay, vocabulary alert. We've talked about an appurtenance already. We're going to see this in a couple of different places, but essentially it's something that benefits the property. An appurtenance is a benefit. An encumbrance is a burden on the land, like a weight on it, on your shoulders. Here's an example of an encumbrance. Let's say that the survey lines, if you were to mark them on the ground with spray paint, looked like that little red dotted line down here. And it extends all the way through. And oops, it also cuts through this house. We have a problem. This neighbor, let's say we own the one on the left, this neighbor is over the line. Their house is across the property line, and so they are an encumbrance on our property. So an encumbrance is a claim that attaches to real estate. If we go to sell our property, it's going to be discovered through the survey that the neighbor's corner of their house is on over the line, and we got to get that cleared up. What do? Knock their house down in the middle of the night? Move it over? Those things aren't too easy or maybe legal. So a couple things, we might have to redraw the line. Maybe they need to pay us some money so that they buy the land so that we can draw this red line further over. Or maybe some sort of legal document that says you're okay with them crossing the line. So any of those things I've seen be solutions to that problem. The main thing is let's figure out this early as possible. So always suggest to your buyer when they want to buy a property that they get a survey done. They don't have to, but you need to require it, meaning highly advise it. And if they refuse, make sure you get their signature on that document we saw last week called a professional services disclosure, because you want to have it in writing that you told them to get a survey. Because if they find out the first week that they own it that it looks like this, then you don't want them coming back to you to financially remedy the situation, because nothing's cheap about this solution. An encumbrance is not just a property line dispute. It's any sort of claim, anything that affects title to the real estate. It clouds the title. Now the title's not crispy clear and clean. We have a problem. It's a right held by a party that doesn't own it. Also, it could be a lien. An encumbrance could be a lien, not just a property line thing. And it could affect the value of the property or what you can do with the property. But with all that said, as much of a headache as it could be, you could still sell it with that cloud, with that encumbrance attached. So it doesn't necessarily prevent you from transferring title, selling it, but it's just a trouble spot that needs to be dealt with and acknowledged. So an encumbrance is several possible things. One of them is this, a lien. All liens against the property, that just means it's an official document that says the owner of this property is going to have to pay me back before they can get their proceeds from selling this property. Part of their proceeds of selling is going to involve paying me this amount of money as dictated in the lien that I've attached to this property. That's going to be put at the courthouse as public record. The attorney's going to find it and say, oh, this one has 3 liens on it. A property tax lien, you owe the property taxes. It's got a mechanics lien because you put a roof on it last year and you never paid them. And it's got an income tax lien. You didn't pay the Department of Revenue of North Carolina and they put a lien on the property because you didn't pay your income tax. All 3 of those are types of liens, and there's others. And all types of liens are some sort of an encumbrance. They are a burden to the property. They are something that has to be paid before you can sell it and get your money out of it. And while all liens are encumbrances, liens aren't the only kind of encumbrance. Here's the other ones. An easement could be an encumbrance. An easement meaning giving some other company, third party, like a utility company, the right to come across and come onto your land because there's a power station or a box, utility box, or a power line that they need to have access to if it needs to be repaired. It could also be a neighbor's driveway. That's another example of an easement. Giving your neighbor permission to have their driveway across a corner of your property could be a type of encumbrance. Encroachment is more about that first image of the house crossing the line, or a fence or a driveway crossing the property line. Detached garage. All of these three things are types of encumbrances. Here's some more of them. What are other burdens on the property? Well, how about the fact that you bought in a neighborhood with covenants and restrictions and they only allow fences 4 feet tall or shorter? No higher than 4 feet. Well, that's an encumbrance. That's a burden. You may not care. To you, it might not be a burden because you're like, I only want a 4-foot fence, but it's still a restriction of some sort. Therefore, deed restrictions like you must not use it to serve alcohol, you must always use it for a farm, those things we talked about earlier, are deed restrictions. Restrictive covenants have to do with if there's an HOA, but maybe not. You could even have a no HOA, but still have covenants and conditions. And then some legal related encumbrances. Lis pendens, we'll see later. It basically means it's in the middle of a lawsuit. There might be a lien that results from this lawsuit attached to the property. Writ of attachment, pending lawsuits, all types of encumbrances. With regard to liens, probably the most common type of encumbrance, right? There's two kinds, two broad kinds. There's voluntary and involuntary. I think happy and sad. Voluntary is happy because you chose to put it on there. And a great example of a voluntary lien that you chose to put against that property is the mortgage. Because probably if it weren't for that mortgage, you wouldn't have had the chance to buy the property to begin with. So you happily put that on there. Otherwise, you're not having the option at all to even own it, as is probably the case for most people. So the debtor agreed to the lien voluntarily with a mortgage. Involuntary is sad. You're not too happy that you didn't pay your property tax and therefore they put a lien on the property. Or you got sued and the lawsuit went against you and the judge said, well, we're going to put a lien on your property till you pay off this lawsuit that we've ruled against you in. Tax lien, foreclosure, all of those are kinds of involuntary, unhappy, sad kind of liens. That lien holder, that mortgage company, they don't get to come in and live there. They don't get to come park their car there, come in and have a cup of tea and sleep in a bedroom. It's non-possessory, but it is an interest they do have in the property without getting to possess it. Other kinds of money or lien types are these. Two big buckets. Think of it that way. What are all the kinds of liens that we've talked about already that could be put against the property? I mentioned property tax. Tell me some more in the chat. It could be IRS, could be the North Carolina Department of Revenue. I'm taking them all. You better hurry. HOA, mechanics liens. Yeah, good job. All of those things are types of liens. Yeah, there it is. Utility company maybe put a lien on your property for not paying the bill. All of those are types of liens, but they are going to be divided up into two buckets, and these are those buckets. Liens that are specific to the property itself. Those are going to be required to get paid first in the event that a foreclosure, for instance, happens. The specific liens are attached to the property specifically, like property tax. That lien is specific to the property because it's the tax you have to pay when you own that property. The IRS lien is not a specific lien because that's about you, the person. It's not, they don't care where you live. You could rent in an apartment versus own this house versus own a house across town. You still owe them. If you owe them money, you still owe them. So an IRS lien is actually a general lien, the one on the right. The North Carolina Department of Revenue, basically the state IRS in a way, is another general lien. Because that too is not directly tied to the property. That's tied to you as the person. You just happen to also own this property. So they might put a lien on this property to end up getting their money. Other specific liens, the mortgage, because the mortgage is all about that specific property. And we'll see a list here in a second. So again, it's a non-possessory charge against the property that gives security for a debt or obligation of the owner. Because you're the owner of this property, they're putting a lien on it because you owe them money. Therefore, when you sell the property, they're going to get their money before you get the proceeds. You'll get what's left after paying off those liens. Also, the two buckets, specific versus general. Specific get paid first. They are superior to the general ones. And superior liens get paid first. Specific liens get paid first. Here's some examples. Real property tax. The Latin version that we'll see later is ad valorem tax. We'll see that in chapter 3. Special assessments that the city, the county might have put against your property because maybe the street's really dark and they decide, you know what, for safety reasons, we want to put some street lights and you happen to be one of the properties in front of your property. We're going to put a street light, so you get to help pay for it. And so we're going to put a special assessment against you and your other 10 neighbors on this stretch of the road for 8 street lights. And you're going to have to pay $200 a month for the next 5 years, special assessment. If you don't pay it, we could put a lien on your property. That is a specific lien, specific to your property. Deed of trust is a mortgage. We'll see why that's a different name later, but when you see those two terms, they're interchangeable. When you think mortgage, think deed of trust. It's the thing that pledges your property as collateral. It says, hey, let me borrow this money to buy this property. I'll put the property itself up. You get to take it from me, Mr. Bank, if I don't pay my payment on time like I promised. Mechanics lien is about any contractors you might pay to do work on the property, plumbers, roofers, electricians you didn't pay. They could file a mechanics lien with the courthouse and attach it to your property. And then they would just hope that their lien is high up enough on the list to get paid from any money that might come and be available to pay with. This last one would only apply in a commercial real estate situation. And I wish it applied residentially. And I'll tell you the story when we come back from break as to why I say that. But I'll see you back here in 10 minutes. Let's continue our talk about more specific liens. Specific to what? Specific to the property itself, as opposed to attached to you, the person, also. So that includes these things. The last one we were going to go over is the commercial broker lien. Once upon a time, around 2010, I had a listing, and back then it took a while to sell houses. It took about 4 or 5 months on the market. Now it's more like 1 month, maybe 2 at the most. And this seller, the plan was to sell the property, get the proceeds, buy a big truck, tow an RV behind the truck, travel the country. Pretty good plan. He went ahead and bought the truck. He went ahead and bought the RV. I didn't care. Whatever. I explained to him because very commonly at the time, it was not unheard of that sellers owed more on their mortgage than they could sell the house for. A lot of them were upside down on their house, which means instead of giving him a net sheet showing what he would walk away with from the closing, I had to show him that it was a negative number. You might need to bring $1,000 or $2,000 to the closing table to sell your house. And he said, that's okay. I could do that if I had to. Fast forward 5 months later, we finally got a contract, got an offer. He agreed to it verbally. I went over to his house to sign the papers, to get it locked down. And on the table was an envelope from Bank of America that said short sale package. And he said, I want to do this. And I said, well, you see, sir, we talked about that 5 months ago when I listed the property. To do a short sale means that you're trying to avoid foreclosure. You're also trying to get away with selling or paying off your mortgage less than you actually owe. So if you owe your lender $200,000, but you can't sell the house for $200,000, then you can't pay them back $200,000. And you have to ask their permission, could you please let me only pay you $170,000? And that's called a short sale. They have to process it and decide if they're going to let you do this. This is also a material fact that I would have had to disclose to the whole market and all the potential buyers that, oh, if you want to buy this house, we're trying to pursue a short sale. And that's something that I needed to have known. That's why I asked back when I listed it. But he said, no, I don't need to do that. But now he wanted to do it. And I said, well, sir, that means I'm going to have to tell this buyer's agent. And quite likely the buyer won't be interested because the word short has nothing to do with how long or how quickly you get it done. It has to do with short of the full loan amount you're paying back. And frequently lenders took a long time to approve this thing. I've waited a year for a short sale permission to be given. Not many buyers want to wait a year to buy the house. And when I told the agent, he ripped me a new one. He said, you were supposed to disclose this and you should have told. And I'm like, you're right. And I would have if I'd have known. He didn't tell me he wanted to do it until today. That's why I'm telling you as soon as I found out. Well, I'll ask the buyer, but I doubt they're going to want to stick around. And I said, understood. And sure enough, they didn't. And they walked. So we were back to the drawing board. And I told the guy, okay, well, now that you want to do a short sale, I'm going to need to change the MLS listing and say that's what this is going to be. And he said, well, hang on a minute. Before you do that, I might do something completely different here because I've been talking to an attorney and he was so excited, guys. That attorney had him so excited to declare bankruptcy that if that attorney offered a seminar on salesmanship, I'd have probably paid to go to it because he had my guy so happy to walk away from all of his debts and declare bankruptcy, including my listing, by the way, the 5 months of work I'd put in. So I didn't get paid. He got to keep his truck and his RV. That's all he wanted to begin with because that was his residence at that point. The attorney had it all figured out. Now, I would like to be a fly on the wall a year, 2, 3 years later, if he ever tried to buy something on credit down the road, because that probably might have been a challenge. But that pretty much was it for me on that transaction. Don't you think I would have loved to have put a residential broker's lien against the property if I could have for my commission that I really kind of earned, but I can't because it's not called a residential broker lien. That last bullet point is only for commercial real estate. And if you've listed a commercial property and done all the work you're supposed to do, and that seller tries to not pay you the commission, then a commercial broker could put a commercial broker's lien against the property. It's not a possibility for residential. It's just for commercial. And so that's another kind of specific lien against real property. Let's look at this mechanics lien item. This one has to comply with certain time periods. And it's probably easiest to understand this way. So let's take a second and absorb this. This is also available in Notion, so you can see this on your own. And I think I'll just add it here too. Let me save it. Oh no, I do it this way. So with the mechanics lien, here's the situation. Let's say you're a plumber and an owner has hired you to do some work on the property. And as you're doing the work, maybe the 3rd or 4th day of a 7-day project, you're like picking up on the conversations they're having on the phone, and just through the weird way they're acting, you get a feeling, that inner voice, that this seller might not be planning to pay you. And so as a vendor, you could put a lien against the property so that they can't go without paying you. If they're trying to sell their property, then it's going to have to be your lien that you put on it as a mechanics lien is going to be paid from the proceeds of the sale of that property. I attached this slide to the chat if you didn't notice. So here's the timeline. You are the plumber. You start work on the property, or it's either first day of doing work or the first day that materials are delivered to the property. So let's say that's August 3rd is when you started work or had some materials delivered. And then let's say you stop working on the property because you get a funny feeling that the owner is not going to pay you. And that's August 17th. From the last day that you've done work on the property or had materials provided, then you need to file the mechanics lien at the courthouse within 120 days of the last day of doing work in order to get your place in line. File it. You're not exercising the lien. You're just filing it and saying, hey, I think this deadbeat's not going to pay me. Let me put a lien on their property. So, got to file it in order to remain within the statute of limitations. And so now you have a place in line. The place in line, though, is not the date you filed, but since you filed within the 120 days, your place in line is actually that August 3rd date. If they are also trying to stiff the roofer or the electrician and their first day of work was August 5th or 6th, then you're going to beat them. You're going to get your money before they get their money. And this is a race because eventually the money's going to run out. You want to be as far up in the line of hierarchy as you possibly can be, right? And so the 120 days is the time period within which you need to file the lien. Again, it's going to cement your place in line as of the first day you started work or had materials delivered. Then, if you choose to exercise the lien, you've got to do that within 180 days of the last day of the work. Does it help to see it in a little drawing rather than me just saying it to you? I think so. So as long as you can prove that you filed the lien within the 120 days, because it'll be a stamped receipt, then you keep the right to actually pursue court action and exercise the lien. And you just need to do that lien exercise or execution within 180 days of that last day of work. I think I added up the days right, but you get the idea. The main thing is the 120 to file it, 180 to exercise it, and from when? From the last day of work, and then your place in line goes all the way back to the very first day of work or materials being delivered. Is that better? So on the test question is going to probably revolve around these days, and you're going to need to think and write it out, count it out on your fingers and toes, whatever you need to do. Did they file it within the right 120? Did they exercise it within the 180? But don't start counting from the first day of work, start counting from the last day of work. And then is your place in line ahead of the other mechanics liens against the property? Then you're going to need to know when was that first day. Here's the commercial real estate broker lien. The details about that is to protect your commission as a commercial broker. It's not just for any commercial broker to put a lien on the property. It's got to be someone that has a written agency agreement. Only commercial, not residential. And it applies to both sales and leases. If you have some sort of agreement to get paid based on leasing the property, that could also work. Your commission earned from leasing it. So the commercial real estate broker lien, you can see the North Carolina symbol there at the bottom beside my head. North Carolina thing. That'll be a question that would possibly show up on the state portion of the exam. So those were all specific types of liens, specific to the property itself. Let's talk about the ones that are general. They are going to be liens against the property, but also against you personally, both real and personal. And that includes car tax. If you didn't pay your car tax, a lien against your property, income tax, both federal and state, and then any sort of court-ordered judgments are general liens. So if you had a list of liens that you had accumulated, like property tax, car tax, mechanics lien, and income tax lien, 2 of them are specific, 2 of them are general. The specific ones are going to be higher up. They get paid first. If there's a sale of the property and the proceeds from the sale are only limited so much, it's going to be the top down. First lien holder is going to get paid what they're owed. Second lien holder, if there's any money left. Third lien holder, if there's any money left. Now, maybe not. Fourth lien holder, you get the point. Can you still sell a property that has liens in place? Is it unsellable? You can still sell it. But do you think your buyer is going to be willing to pay you top dollar if they have to pay $18,000 in liens? Your lien, you can't afford to pay them. You just want to dump the property. And your buyer might say, I'd be glad to help you with that. But I'm not paying you the $350,000 that the market says it's worth in a perfect situation. I'll pay you $220 or $200 or $150 or some great deep discount, so that not only can they pay your $20,000 of liens, but they're going to have a nice amount of built-in equity compared to what it's worth when it's all pretty and fixed up versus what they can buy it for. So it could reduce the value, but you can still sell it. But you need to disclose those liens. They're going to find out about them anyway. It just won't be full market value. So, does a lien or any other sort of encumbrance prevent this property from being sold? Yes or no? And why or why not? You can still sell it. You just need to disclose it. And you're probably not going to get top dollar. So the one you're selling it to cannot refuse an easement as an encumbrance, by the way. That's a little side note. And they could agree to assume responsibility for a lien. Okay. When it comes to all these different people putting liens on the property, again, it's all about who got there first, who put the lien in place first. That's who's going to get the best chance of getting their money first. North Carolina is called a pure race state. Whoever races to the courthouse to file the lien and gets it recorded first is the one who gets paid first. Something on the right there you need to memorize. In light of all of these possible liens, there are two that are definitely always first and second position, no matter what. You could be an electrician that files a mechanic's lien, but you'll never get your lien paid to you before the property tax lien gets theirs paid. The city, the state, the government, city or county has a property tax lien against the property. That is always number one. If there is one, it's number one. It's getting paid first before everybody else. Notice the mortgage company is not listed specifically in this list. Where would they fall in this list of four? Mortgage. You owe the mortgage, but you're behind on payments. They put a lien on the property. You got to pay them off. Where are they in this list? 1, 2, 3, or 4? You got it. They're one of the specific liens in item 3. The number 2 position, if there is one, is a special assessment, a government assessment, because of maybe curb and gutter being put in, and so you benefit, so you get to help pay for it, or street paving in front of your house, or new street lights. So real property tax is always number 1 position if there is a tax lien. Special assessment is always behind real property tax if there are both of them. Then anything specific to the property in the order that they got recorded at the courthouse, and then anything that is a general lien in the order that they got recorded. So when there's a whole laundry list of liens, you got to look at the dates. And so let's take a look at this accumulation of liens that this property owner has. They have an IRS lien that was filed, that was recorded July 15th of 2017. They have a North Carolina Department of Revenue income tax lien, March 9th of 2017. They have a mortgage on the property, February 24th of 19. They have a mechanics lien, August 4th of 20. And they have a property tax lien, Halloween of 21. These dates are when they were recorded at the courthouse. What is the lien priority? Which of these liens gets paid first? Top down. Take a second. Let me change the chat to just me. Put it in the chat in order of getting paid first through last, and then we'll look at it. There we go. Yeah, give me a list. Can we agree that the property tax is number 1? I'll give you that one. From there, go down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Now they're rolling in. How about this? Property tax first. Then we need to bundle them up in order of, well, first we need to check to see if there's any special assessments from the government, and they're not in this case. Next is going to be anything specific to the property. So we have a mortgage lien and a mechanics lien that are both specific liens. But which one was recorded first? The mortgage one. So that's first, or at least before the mechanics one. After those two go the general liens. And so we've got Department of Revenue of North Carolina and the IRS. But North Carolina Revenue was filed first, so that is the fourth one. IRS is the last one. Lien priority involves recordation date and then the fact of whether it's specific lien or a general lien. And then property tax is number one if it exists, and special assessment is number two if there is one. If I'd thrown in another mechanics lien, then it would have mattered as to which one did work or had materials provided first. So they would have had to go in that order. We good? So on the test question, they'll do a written word version of that. Instead of giving you images, they'll say all of these things, probably 2 or 3 or 4 of them. And then they'll say, or on the test, the answer choices, answer A will be the list in the order, potential order, and versus the other items. A writ of attachment is a court order that's attached to your property, creating a lien against your property because of some sort of court action. Writ of attachment. And then we have encumbrances that are in the form of private deed restrictions. We've already seen this back when we were studying fee simple defeasible. A seller could put a restriction on the property they're selling, and the buyer has to follow that or be sued. So a developer could restrict the type and size of houses that could be built. They could say, okay, if you want to buy and build a house in this neighborhood that I'm developing, then I'll sell you the land, but you have to build at least a 2,000-foot house, all brick, single story only. There's a neighborhood like that in Concord. And the HOA, Homeowner Association, could put a restriction on the color you can paint your shutters in your front door. What kind of fence can be installed? All of those are under the category of private deed restrictions. So those are encumbrances or burdens on the property. Here's a recurring question you'll get in this course. If there's a difference between a private deed restriction and a public restriction or use of the property, in other words, the zoning law says that the fence has to be at least 10 feet or no higher than 10 feet tall. That's what the zoning requires in this area. But the covenants and restrictions, private deed restrictions, say the fence cannot be bigger than 6 feet tall. So the government, through zoning, says 10 feet is allowed, but the private rules for that neighborhood say only 6 feet is allowed. Which one has to be followed? It's tempting sometimes. People think, well, oh, government, they might be the one, so I could do 10. But you guys are great. You're right. And LeVar puts the point on it, and Joe does too. It's the stricter one that has to be followed. We're going to see this several times in this course, and the answer is the same. Whether it's a building code, the state code versus the local code, a zoning versus a private, the stricter one must be adhered to. Stricter one wins. So a private deed restriction could be stricter, more strict than a public zoning law, and the stricter one has to be followed. Lis pendens, another type of encumbrance. There is pending litigation. We haven't figured out what the consequence is going to be, but something from this might result in a lien against the property. So it could affect the title and cloud the title. You could still sell it, but the buyer is going to need to understand something going on with current litigation could result in a lien against this property. And if that buyer wants to go ahead and close on it, they're going to want to understand how much could that lien be. And I want to pay significantly less, at least that much less, for the property. I'm not paying full top dollar because I know there might be a lien. How much could that lien be? I'll pay some amount less to allow for that being a possibility that I might have to pay if I buy it before the litigation is cleared up. The process of clearing up a title, if there's a cloud on the title because of these liens or because of somebody claiming ownership somehow or other, the attorney can't write a deed that's clear. There's some lingering, annoying issue attached. To clear that title or that deed is called a quiet title suit. So the order of events involved in clearing it up. The lis pendens is filed. It's a recorded notice saying, hey, there is litigation affecting the title. And then there's a court hearing. The judge says, let me take a look at the claims. Let me hear the claims. And the judge decides whether or not they're going to quiet the invalid claims. Then makes a ruling clearing the cloud on the title, hopefully, and perfecting it. Now it's a cloud-free title. It's nice and clear. That would be the order of events. So who always gets paid first from the proceeds of a transfer? How does everybody else get paid? Who gets paid first? If they have a lien against the property, the number one position is always what? Right, property tax. It could be that the person has always paid their property tax. They just weren't great at paying other things. So maybe there is no property tax lien. But if there is one, they're getting paid before all others. And then everybody else in order of recordation. Property tax, special assessments from the government if existing, then the one specific to the property, and then all the general liens in order of being recorded. Another encumbrance is an easement. Anybody seen something like this? I'm selling a house right now, helping a buyer buy a house on Mountain Island Lake, and it has that lovely site in front of it, the thing on the left. A low high tension power line. It's not super tall. It's really a lot like that. Well, that's from Duke Energy, Duke Power. And underneath that thing, Duke has an easement, the right to drive up on it and go climb that tower and go fix something so everybody's power stays intact. My buyer actually owns the land. She's buying the house, and then across the street from her driveway is this thing. Not a great site. The reason she's buying it is the backyard is on the water of Mountain Island Lake. And so it's a way that she's literally getting lakefront property for like $200,000 less than she would be able to get it or have to pay if there wasn't. I think it's mainly the power line. But she's not too worried about it. We did exhaustive research. She asked a million questions, as you should, and she feels comfortable with it, and she's going to have lakefront property at a pretty deep discount because the builder's closing out about a handful of houses in the neighborhood. They're ready to move on to their next project. But her land that she owns includes this easement from Duke Energy. And she can't put up a fence or deny them access. That's part of the deal. If she wants to buy this property, she has to allow Duke, the easement holder, to access their power lines, even though it's her land that they can walk across to get to it. They don't get a freehold or leasehold estate. Duke doesn't have ownership. They just have the right to access it, a right or a privilege to use it in some way. You might also see these things, the green boxes. It could be cable, it could be internet, it could be power or water, sewer. And again, it's an easement, a pertinent. It runs with the land. When she goes to sell her property, she's got the new owner has to also be okay with that easement being given to the power company. It could also, an easement appurtenant could also be a driveway, because in North Carolina, you're not allowed to sell, you're not allowed to sell real estate that is landlocked. You must always give access to a public right-of-way. And so that might require going across somebody else's property to get to that road. And so that would be in the form of an easement appurtenant that is a burden on that neighbor's property that you're driving across with the driveway. We'll see that in a minute. Looks like this. Got my little road down there in the right corner, lower right corner. We have this servient estate. The reason it's called servient is because the dominant estate gets to drive across their land. You need to know those terms. The dominant estate, let's just say that this property underneath here, that's owned by somebody else. They can't just come across that one. Their access to get to the road is across this guy. So that dominant estate is the one who has the privilege of the easement. The servient estate is the one who must give the access. Otherwise, this dominant estate holder would be landlocked, not allowed. So the dominant one's receiving the benefit of the driveway. The servient one is enduring the burden of having some of the property occupying the driveway. Let's say that in the future, maybe it turns out that this word, where this word easement appurtenance, let's say that's actually another road and there's a fence. And so this dominant estate realizes, wait a minute, if I want to maybe ask the city for permission and maybe they give me permission to have a driveway to this road instead of going out to this road, now this dominant estate doesn't need this easement anymore because they'd rather go out this direction. In that case, then that easement could go away because now they're not landlocked. They have another access. And we'll talk more about that later. An easement in gross is something, instead of running with the land, it runs with the person who holds the easement. And a good example of that is a railroad company. They have railroad tracks. They don't own that land. They have permission to put their tracks on other people's land. Like the railroad tracks from uptown Charlotte further north into Huntersville and Cornelius. There's been talk of asking that railroad company to let some of that land, some of that 50-foot right-of-way on either side of the tracks, to be used for the light rail system that's part of Charlotte, but they haven't given permission for that. They won't let go of it. They won't allow that to be used. But an easement in gross is not appurtenant or running with an actual land parcel. It doesn't belong to any person because of their ownership of the land. It is a benefit to an entity, a company, or a person. It runs with the person. When they don't need it anymore, it goes away. If they die, the company is dissolved. That easement in gross ends with the death or absolving of that company. How are easements created? Usually in writing. Need to have it enforceable. Express. If it's express, it means you said it, either in writing or verbally. Hey, this is what we're going to do. So we'll see the word express when we get to contracts later. Very important word, express versus implied. The word implied means the easement is there because it needs to be, like the whole landlocked thing. Since you can't sell property landlocked, then there needs to be a driveway, and therefore it's going across someone else's land to benefit you, and so there is a necessity for an easement. Easements could be created because the court says so, operation of law. Couple of crazy situations there. Eminent domain, which some of you might have heard of, and then also adverse use or a prescriptive easement. Those two things at the bottom we're going to look at next. Let's take a look at this easement by necessity. I'd already mentioned that to you. The dominant estate needs it to be able to get out to the right-of-way. Therefore, that easement exists because the dominant estate needs it to be there, since the law won't allow them to not have access to the right-of-way. Here's the prescriptive easement of adverse use. We're underwater because of the acronym. The way to remember this thing, an element of this thing, is ocean. Open, continuous, exclusive, actual, and notorious. What am I talking about? Have you ever heard of a squatter? A squatter, somebody who just maybe sneaks into property and they just live there. And eventually they stay there long enough that the law actually says, well, you've met certain requirements. You stayed here for a while. Even though the owner's not happy, you get to own the property now. That sounds pretty scary, doesn't it? A lot of times the squatter doesn't do it right. They lose. They try, but they don't succeed. This is a case where it could go in their favor. In North Carolina, here's how that could work. And I usually present the situation like this. Let's say that you you inherited some land in the mountains. If you don't live there, let's say like here in Charlotte, we're 3 hours away from Asheville or so. If I inherited an acre in the mountains of Asheville, and maybe I do like the mountains, but if I didn't, maybe I don't even want to go there. I pay the property taxes when the bill comes in the mail, but besides that, I don't really care. I don't even want to go through the hassle of selling it. And so over the course of time, the neighbor to my parcel there starts to use my land. I don't know this because I never go. I don't even know the neighbor, but they use it openly. They're not even trying to hide it. The acre that I own there next door to them, they're using it to maybe make a garden. Every year they grow a garden for 20 years in a row, openly. Everybody who drives by says, oh, there's their garden again, not knowing that it's in fact on my land. So it's open use, not secret. It's continuous, meaning every year for 20 years in a row. And it's exclusive, meaning it's just them. It's not like the whole world is using it. It's them using it, and it looks like it belongs to them. It's actual. They're actually using it. It's notorious. If I found out about it, I wouldn't let them. But I don't know any better. So they're using it in that way. So as long as all 5 of those elements are in place, which is the acronym OCEAN, open, continuous, exclusive, actual, and notorious, then that 20th year of this continuous use, they could go to the court in that local jurisdiction and petition the court and say, look, we used it in these 5 ways, followed the rules, therefore we think you should let us own this now. And they could win. The 20 years is required if there is no cloud on the title. Like the title's nice and clear title, then they need to go through all these five things for 20 years continuously. And we'll see in a future slide here in a second. If there is a clouded title, then they only need to go through all these 5 steps for 7 continuous years. 7 versus 20. Cloud versus no cloud. Adverse use, prescriptive easement. That's what we're talking about. How can an easement be terminated? Couple different ways if you don't need it anymore. Like that case back here where turns out that there's actually a road on this side and these guys realize, I want to make a driveway out this road instead of this one. Therefore, they don't need this anymore. This easement can go away. Question, could a private property sign prevent that? Possibly, but the main thing, only in that if it discourages them from using it. But if they're still using it and getting away with it and doing all those 5 things for 20 years, then not going to help. But what could ruin this for them? Like say it's year 19. What could happen that would mess up one of those 5 elements for them? Particularly the notorious one. What could mess up the notorious element and therefore ruin that entire, Victor says, you find out and you give them permission. You're like, oh, go ahead. Just kidding. Never mind. I gave you permission for 30 seconds. Now you don't. And that destroyed the 19-year run. They're going to have to start over, but it's too late. You now know about it. It's not going to work anymore. Right? So theoretically, officially, that would sort of be the element. Another way that easement goes away is if the easement holder buys the property that the easement is located on. So back to this. The one who has the benefit of the easement is the dominant guy. What if the dominant estate owner, what if she buys the Servian estate? Now she owns both of them. And now that she owns both, there doesn't need to be an easement anymore because she's the owner. You can't have an easement across your own property, and therefore the easement goes away. The dominant estate could release to the servient estate. That's the example of the, hey, I'm going to go out this direction now. I don't need this anymore. I release you from having to give me this easement. And then it could be abandoned by the one who's holding it. That easement could be abandoned by the holder of the easement. Another kind of encumbrance, but not a very strong one, is some sort of a license to go fishing or hunting. And some of the repeat attenders know my story here, but and now it's gone, guys. But up till now, the last several years, my neighbor, they own 6 acres. I own 5 acres. They operated a deer processing business out of a building that's in line with my house. It's probably a couple hundred feet away, but it's as close to the road on their land as I am on my land. So I look out my side door and there it is, up a little incline. In other words, the good old boys back their trucks up to this 2-car garage shop thing. And sometimes I'll catch it and watch Bambi as she flies through the air off the back of the truck into this shop where they string her up and take all the bad stuff out and carve it up into steaks. And I might have made some of you sick by now, but yeah, me too. How about watching pink ice get thrown out of the cooler into the yard up there? That's pretty much gone because we almost sold our property together, but the sale fell through. And part of that whole process was that guy stopped doing that business there. So I think I'm not going to have to smell when they don't dump the dumpster every 2 weeks. I used to have to enjoy that from October through Christmas. So I think that's over now. But anyway, once upon a time, I think it was one of their customers sent me a letter in the mail because I have woods attached to my neighbor's woods. And this letter said, hey, Mr. Pender, you own this property at such and such, and I am a bow hunter. And so I'm asking for a hunting license. Would you let me go in your woods up on the hill behind your property and bow hunt? And while I appreciated the official request, I also have 2 dogs. And I thought, I don't know the skill level of this bow hunter. He's probably pretty good at it. But if I look out the window and see an arrow in my dog, then I'm going away for a long time because I'm going to find the bow hunter and return the arrow to him in a way that is not legally acceptable, and it's not going to be good. So I just ignored the letter. But if I'd given him that permission, he would have had a hunting license. It's not very strong. I could have immediately revoked it. It can be revoked. He could not assign it to his buddy. Just because I gave him permission doesn't mean he could say, well, I assigned this license to my buddy to also do it. Not allowed. It's not an encumbrance like those other encumbrances, and it doesn't run with the land. When I sell my property, that hunting license that I granted him would not have to be honored to the buyer of my property. So it's next to nothing, no level of obligation, super light and flimsy, both a hunting and a fishing license in that way. Encroachment. We saw that on the first slide. The house was over the property line, or it could be a fence, or it could be a driveway, or it could be a detached building. How do we discover an encroachment? That's why we always recommend a survey. Always recommend a survey. An encroachment clouds the title of both properties. Both the one doing the encroaching that's over the line and the one whose line is being encroached upon. Now both of those titles or deeds have clouds on them. And so there's different ways to resolve these things. You could move the thing back across the line. I had one in Mooresville, helped a lady buy a historic property in Mooresville, and the property looked pretty safe. When you saw the house, the nice old historic house, here's the road. Here was the house, and the property lines went pretty darn straight back. But when we had the survey done, come to find out the property line actually did this. And so that fence that had been built, is 8 feet tall, by the way, was over by like 5 feet onto the neighbor's property. And so before my buyer bought it, we needed to get this resolved, because to move that fence, we got it priced, would have been $5,000. To move this 8-foot fence, you'd think it might be cheaper, but no. We got it worked out because this neighbor uses that property for rental, and she didn't care. She actually liked having the fence there, and she signed a piece of paper saying, I'm cool with that being there. So there's different, the better solution would have been move it, but nobody wanted to pay to move it. And we had already negotiated, because we had some foundation issues, and the seller of the property paid, it was probably 12 grand to like move. The house was maybe 80 years old or something. So they already paid a lot of money to hold this deal together. And so all I can do is ask my buyer, what do you want to do? Here's the deal. Here are the options. What do you want to do? And she was okay with the letter. Dominant and servient in real estate. Can the servient grantee refuse the easement? In other words, in this case, can that servient estate owner say, nope, you can't put your driveway across my land? No, they cannot. They have to allow it, because that property has to have access. How we doing? Feeling okay? A lot of varied stuff, a lot of legal stuff and weird words this time. We came out of the gate pretty hard. So hang in there. Let me know your questions. In the chat, couldn't it depend on granting the easement? Is that what you mean? No, they have to grant it. It's got it, that property cannot be landlocked. So owning that servient estate is going to involve an easement. And as far as our involvement as a broker, if your client's the one asking you, well, why? Then now we talk to an attorney. You don't try to explain these elements at all. You just say, here's the issue, here's the situation, here's the possibilities. Let's talk to an attorney and see how this applies to you and this property specifically. So it's the ultimate getaway or get out of jail free card for us. It's like, let's talk to an attorney. Don't answer the questions that you don't have authority to answer. Let's go ahead and take our break, because we are done with chapter 2. We're going to get into chapter 3 when we come back from break. I'll see you back here in 10. All right, let's come on back together. And we are in chapter 3. Going to talk about property tax and assessment here. And taxation is about the function of government to fund streets and schools and all the things that make a city or a town helpful to its residents. Some do better jobs than others. And we've got some weird words again. The tax system. Taxes are assessed at the value of the property. And so the Latin word is ad valorem. So ad valorem property tax is something that you might see this referred to as, because the taxes are based on the value of your property. Not that they assess this value all the time every year. We'll talk about how that works. But you might see the tax value referenced as the assessed value. When you see assessed value, think tax value on the problem. The thing that sets up how the taxes are handled in North Carolina is a piece of legislation called the Machinery Act. And think of it like the machinery or the inner workings of a machine, kind of the cogs and the wheels working with each other as to how that regulates property taxes. Machinery Act. You might see a test question that says, what is the legislation that regulates property tax? And it'll say the Timeshare Act, the Condominium Act of 1986, or the Machinery Act. They'll probably have some better choices for you, but you're going to need to remember that. It's the Machinery Act. What deals with taxation, sets up that system for North Carolina and how we do it here. It's called the Machinery Act. There are some points of time throughout the year that are included with this. And there's also a process for determining how much your tax value is. Anybody own property? Who are my property owners in the class? Hold up hands. Okay, we got a handful. Okay, good. Anybody have, in Charlotte, Mecklenburg, they did a reassessment, an octennial reassessment, and it was, I think, 2 or 3 years ago. And so they got letters in the mail, because I live in Cabarrus County to the east. Cabarrus is like a year behind Mecklenburg. But whichever county you're in, you're going to be reassessed every 8 years. So it's not the same 8 years across the whole state. But yeah, there it is. LeVar says theirs went from 1,400 to 1,700 in Wake County. Saw a lot of 40% increases with that last reappraisal. It's because of this. Every 8 years, you're going to have a reappraisal. It might be bigger some years than others. It's going to depend on how many people have come into the area, how many more roads need to be tended, how many more schools needed to be built, how many more services needed to be offered for the extra influx of people. And so it's a required octennial reappraisal that every 8 years it's reassessed. Everybody's values are subject to increase. It could be that some parts of town see more development than others. In the Charlotte area, some of the more developed, faster developed areas might be the Northeast University portion, the Northwest near Mountain Island Lake, Southwest near South Tryon and Steel Creek, that saw a lot of growth for in a pretty short time frame. So it could be that the city says, look, you're requiring a lot more resources because you're growing faster. So we're going to do a horizontal adjustment in the 4th year instead of waiting for the 8th year. So they might do an optional horizontal adjustment. That would be every 4th year instead of waiting the entire 8. The tax rate itself, the rate on which your property is taxed, that could adjust every year, although it doesn't typically. But if it did, you're going to know what the new year's tax rate is in July. July is when that would be posted. You'll find out the rate at which your property will get taxed in July. When we're calculating taxes, and you'll actually have to do that as one of your calculation questions, or maybe a couple of them, this matters. Whether you are in the city limits or outside of the city limits. Because notice, if you're located in that green shape, you're in the city limits. Well, if you're in the city, you're also in the county because the city is located in the county. And you all just collectively thought, yeah, duh, we're not stupid. But what you're going to see is a tax rate given for the city taxes, maybe like 18 cents per $100. And then another tax rate, if you live in the county, maybe like 70 cents per $100. Well, if you live in the county, your taxes are only going to be at the rate of 70 cents per 100. But if you live in the city, they're going to be the 70 cents for the county plus an additional 18 because you're in the city as well. So you'll see that, and they'll test you on that. You have to pay attention. They'll say the property is located outside the city limits. The city rate is this. The county rate is that. You're going to need to think, okay, all I need now is the county rate because they told me the property is in the county only. But if the test question says the property is inside the city limits, that rate is this, county rate is that, you're going to think, I need them both. What you will never have to do is only the city rate. It's either going to be the city plus the county or only the county, but it would never be only the city, if that makes sense. Here's the other timelines. July is when the rate's going to be published, if they changed it at all. August is when they're going to mail out the bills for the property taxes. They're going to tell everybody, here's what you're going to have to pay. Because on September 1st, it's payable. You don't have to, and most people don't. But as of September 1st, the property taxes can be paid. All the way through the end of the year, December 31st, you have that amount of time. There is no penalty for paying later or sooner within that time. The only issue is if you wait until after December 31st to pay the property taxes. When are the property taxes due and payable? As of September 1st. You have to remember that date. If you go past the 31st and it's now January 1st, then last year's taxes are going to result in a tax lien filed for those unpaid taxes you didn't pay last year for 31st. And then as of January 5th, that's the deadline to pay those past due taxes. If you still haven't paid them, then January 31st, they're going to tell everybody. It's going to be published in the paper. Taxable property is going to be listed. Hey, so-and-so hasn't paid their property taxes. It could eventually, depends on the jurisdiction, but probably it's going to take at least 2 years of not paying the taxes, but it could eventually result in foreclosure. Here's what that looks like on a timeline. The green is happy. We're on time. We're doing things right. July is when the tax rate comes out. August is when the bills are mailed. September 1st is when the taxes are payable all the way through December 31st. We go past December 31st, and then last year's tax burden that you haven't paid yet is a lien filed up for those unpaid taxes. The 5th deadline to pay them. January 31st, the taxable property gets listed. Everybody's told that you haven't paid those taxes. So if the previous year's taxes haven't been paid by December 31st, in the bottom point there in red, it's possible for a property to have 2 current tax liens sometime between January 1st through 5th because you just got a new one for the upcoming year. It's not a bad thing. You can't even pay it yet, but it's acknowledged, it's on there, plus the one from the year before that does need to go ahead and get paid. We talked about this before, the order of paying things, and just a reminder that the property tax is number 1 position. And let's talk about some level 3. We've already done that. We kind of gave you a little glimpse. It's all about this simple algebra formula. We can put it in this T shape. The 2 things on the bottom multiplied together is the thing on top. So let's apply it to taxes. You're going to see the rate given to you. Depends on where you are in North Carolina. Does anybody happen to know? I would love to know if any of you know if your property taxes are calculated with a mill rate. Is it a mill rate? Did you happen to possibly know? Most people don't know the difference. They just pay the bill. But it could be one or the other. In my market, it's the dollar per 100 option. It's going to depend on your municipality as to how they choose to handle it. But the rate could be in the form of a per 1,000, which is a mill rate, or a per 100, which is literally called per 100. And so it really just depends on where you put the decimal. In one case, you divide the number that they give you as the rate, you divide it by 1,000. We'll see that in a minute. In the other one, you're going to divide it by 100 as one of the steps to calculating the taxes you pay per year. So let's look at the mill one. They might give you the problem and say the property tax rate for this property is 14 mills. When you see the word mills, you're going to think, I'm going to divide 14 by 1,000. And remember, there is a understood decimal after that 14. It's 14.0. So if for those of you who want to avoid the calculator, and if you're dividing by 1,000, there are 3 zeros in 1,000. You could take that understood decimal and move it over 3 places to the left to get 0.014, as we see down here. Or you could say, Neil, I don't operate in imaginary numbers. I'm just going to use the calculator. And I would say, good idea. 14 mills divided by 1,000. Plug it in. Foolproof. Right there it is. Can't miss it. So always defer to the calculator if that's what you want to do. I love it. Same thing. That is the decimal version that we need to put this rate into. Now we can use this rate to calculate your annual tax bill that you have to pay. And we'll do that in a minute. Notice this other thing. If they don't give the rate to you in the form of mills like this, they'll give it to you in the form of dollars per 100 like that. So in this case, they're saying the tax rate is $1.40 per $100 of the tax value. In this case, you're going to divide by what? Not 1,000. They're literally telling you what to divide by per 100. So do 1.4 divided by 100. 1.4 on the calculator divided by 100 is 0.014. If you'll notice, that means that 14 mills is the exact same rate as $1.40 per 100. So whichever way they give it to you, just know which thing to do, whether you're dividing by 1,000 or dividing by 100. Now let's actually apply it to an actual problem. That'll make more sense. Here's the problem. We've got assessed value, meaning the property tax value is $257,000. That's your tax value. Another word for that, assessed value. The taxing authority has assessed your property value to be $257,000. In real life, if you were to sell your property and it's in a decent area that's appreciating pretty well, your actual market value that you could probably sell it to a person for might be $300,000. Oftentimes, the tax value is a considerable amount less than the actual market value you could expect to receive as a sale price, by the way. But we don't need that market value. It doesn't matter what the purchase price is. We're calculating your annual tax bill based on the assessed value that you're going to see on the tax record if you were to look it up on the internet at your local city, county's GIS tax department. So the assessed value is $257. The tax rate in this town is given per mills, so it's 14 mills. So how much is that owner going to have to pay for their taxes for the year? Step one, convert those mills into the decimal you need it to be. And so we know that we see the word mills. We're going to now divide the 14 by 1,000. Plug it in the calculator. 14 divided by 1,000, 0.014 is what we need it to be written as. Now we're going to multiply that decimal version of the rate by the assessed value of 257. And that's it. When you plug that in the calculator, it shows that our annual tax bill is going to be $3,598. Does that make sense? Good. It's just that easy. Now, when we see the next kind of rate, in this case, same tax value, but instead of mill rate, this other town gives the rate or calculates the taxes with the rate as a dollars per hundred type of thing. So we're going to take that $1.27 and divide it by 100. And we're going to get the decimal 0.0127. But then after that, it's the same thing. Multiply it by the tax value, gives our annual tax bill $32.63.90. So the main thing, the first little hazard to be careful of is divide by the right thing, whether 100 or 1,000. Divide by 1,000 if it's a mill rate they give you. Divide by 100 if they say dollars per hundred. Let's say that they ask you for a little more, a few more steps in the problem. They might not be nice enough to give you the tax value. They might make you calculate the tax value. They're going to say the assessed value is 85% of the market value, the sales price. The market value is $574. So what is the assessed tax value in dollars? If the assessed value is 85% of the market value, then we just need to multiply those two numbers together. Because the 85 times the market value of 574 shows that the tax assessed value is 487.9. So this could be the first step of a tax calculation problem, so that you can get the assessed value that you need to now apply it to the rate. So in a typical problem, the step one is going to be get the assessed tax value using the market value and whatever percent they give you. Step two is going to be convert the rate they give you into a decimal. And then step three, multiply steps 1 and 2 together to get the tax bill. Let's see how that looks. Assessed value is 85% of the market value. The market value is 574. The tax rate is 9 mills. What's going to be the annual tax bill? We've got multiple steps to work with here. First step, figure out the assessed value. There's a T formula. Figure out 85% of the market value. That's 487.9 as we saw before. Now that we know the 487.9, let's get our tax rate put into the right format. We want it into a decimal. And so 9 mills divided by 1,000 is a decimal of 0.009. That's essentially step 2. Now that we know the decimal version and the assessed value that we got first step, we can multiply those together and we see our tax value for the year, $43.91. How does that feel? Does that make sense? Is there a sticking point in there somewhere? It's okay. It's like the very first time we've seen it for some of you, so no big deal. What about this one? This time, instead of mill rate, we're going to do dollars per hundred. I'll give you some to do on your, let's do that. Let me go back. Let me give you another one of these. I'll make up one and let you do it. Because I don't want to go too fast. In this case, we're going to have we'll say the assessed value is 75% of market value. That market value is $173,000. The tax rate is 8 mils. What's the annual tax bill? Guys, take a little bit of time. You can tell me in the chat when you get an answer. I've got it set to just tell me. So I'll give everybody a little bit of time to work on that. I'm going to do a second one for the ones who are a little quicker. And instead of 75, let's make it a 80% value. Tax value, the market value is going to be on 570,000, and it's a mill rate of 11 mils. So these are two different problems. Just throw a couple different numbers in there. Okay. Let's do that first one first. We've got assessed value of 75% of the market value of 173. So we're going to multiply those two things together. That gives us a tax value or an assessed value of $129,750. Then we're going to figure out what the decimal version of 8 mils would be. And that's just going to be 8 divided by 1,000, which is 0.008. And that's what we need to multiply by this. So we're going to have the 129,750 times the 0.008. Gives us taxes per year of $1,038. Make sense? The other one, same steps. 80% of 570, because 570 is the market value. Multiply them together. That's 456. Now that we have a tax value, let's go ahead and convert our mills. 11 mills divided by 1,000 is 0.011. I'm going to multiply that by the 456,000. Annual taxes, 5,016. Good job. Anybody off? You might have made the mistake of going 0.011 times 570. If you did that, you would get a higher number, 6270. So there's a very common mistake. Don't use the wrong number. Don't use the market value instead of the tax value. It's good to make those mistakes now because it'll stick in your brain. You'll be like, oh yeah, I made that mistake that time, and you'll never make it again. So I like when you make the mistakes early because they'll be a better memory aid. Okay. Let's look at another item there. So this one is going to be back to the dollars per hundred version. And with that, it's just different number that you divide by. So we've got the assessed value is 75% of the market value. We're going to figure out what is 75% of 497. It's 372,750. Because the two things we're multiplying are on the bottom. What is the rate going to be? All right, got to take a second. Take a little time here. What is the question saying? Here's the rate for the county, 67 cents per hundred. The rate for the city is 17 cents per hundred. The house is located where? In the city or outside of the city? It's outside the city limits. Do we need both of these rates? We don't. We only need the county rate. So we're just going to use the 67 cents per hundred number. We need to convert it to a decimal. 0.67 divided by 100 is 0.0067. Calculator, easy. You'll never mess it up. Now we multiply that decimal version by the tax value or the assessed value that we figured out earlier, 372,750. Multiply them together to get the 2497 on top. The pain points here that you could have messed up is to have added these rates together and not caught the fact that it was only in the county, not the city. The other one is to have forgotten to take 75% of the market value and used 497 instead of the 372. Probably those are the two common mistakes. Here's the annoying part. The test is going to give you answer choices based on the most common mistakes. So you might see what you think is the right answer because it's one of the choices and you're like, oh, good, I got it. But they know this. And they're going to give you whatever that higher number is if you had used the wrong one, the market value instead of the assessed value. So beware. You got to know your stuff. You might even want to write out the steps. Here's what we do when it's tax. Step 1, 2, 3, 4. Just have that and when you do them, just follow that routine. Eventually your brain will get used to it and you'll realize, oh wait, that's not the next thing. Here's the next step. There's a graphic. Oh, sorry. Is that what you need? We okay now? Here's a graphic on the concept of the city rate versus the county rate. either or both. So it's only going to be, it would only ever be the county rate by itself or the city county added together. It will never just be the city rate, because you can't be in the city without also being in the county. Therefore, you have to pay the county rate if you live in the city, along with paying the city rate too. So you got to add those two rates together. We know this already. Mill rate divided by 1,000, dollars per 100 divided by 100. And so here's the formulas if you want to see them written out linearly. Market value times the percent of that value that is the assessed value. It'll be a big number multiplied by a percentage to get the tax value or assessed value. We did that already in the T formula format. And then we're going to take that assessed value, multiply by the rate that they give in decimal to get the annual taxes. Here's another thing you might need to do. The problem in the future, certain problems might actually want the monthly taxes. That's no big deal though, because if you can calculate the annual taxes, you know how many months are in a year. So you just take that number, divide by 12. And they sometimes, depending on the type of problem, want to know the daily taxes. Same thing. Take the annual taxes and divide by something. I say something because my repeat attenders are going to think he's about to say 360. They've changed it. They made it a little different, guys. It used to be that for pre-licensing, they made it easier on you. And they said, we're just going to assume all months have 30 days. And if all months have 30 days, then the days in a year are only 360. And that was just a nice little perk of taking pre-licensing. But for some reason, they've decided to throw you in the deep end. And they're saying it might be 30. It might be the normal. It might be a combination. So it could either be a 360-day year or a 365-day year. Now you're going to have to be ready to do either one. It's just a matter of counting days. But the test question is going to give you which one they want you to do. It used to be that you only had to do this one in pre, and then when you got to post-licensing, you had to do the real one. But now you have to maybe do either one. That would probably be for the PSI. I doubt Jason's going to make this apply to the class test, but he might. So just be ready. And we'll walk through that when we get to those problems that count down to the day. So it's not that big of a deal. How would they word that sort of thing? They would say, well, we haven't really gotten to those kind of questions in this class just yet, but when you need the daily taxes, it's for calculating the closing math. How much is the seller's responsibility for taxes as of the day of closing? You're going to need to know daily taxes and multiply it by the number of days the seller was the owner that year, including the day of closing. So it's just going to be an extra sentence in the problem that says, use the 365-day format or use the 360-day format. That's it. Was it, let me think, what was the answer to the last question about city, county, but outside city limits? Oh, I think it's this one you're talking about. Is that what you need? Okay, good. I'm going to turn back to everyone. So now when you comment, everybody sees it. Okay. Let's look at this one. We'll do a few more. Market value is $675. 1 second. Okay. Market value is $675. The tax value is 85% of the market value. Tax rate in this town is given in mills. There's 12 mills. What's the annual taxes in dollars? In fact, let me hide that thing from you. I'll give it back to you in just a second. And then you won't be able to see it until we're done, ready to give it to you. I don't know if that's going to be an effective way to hide it from you or not, but we'll just do that. So I'll give you some time, work on that. Oop, can you see the screen now? And we'll make up some more of those in a minute too. Mm-hmm. Thank you. That's funny. What an idiot. We'll do better next time. I'm coming up with a better image. Okay. Here's what it looks like if you want to not use the T formula version. We've got to figure out the tax value first. 85% of 675 is 573 or 750. Next step, multiply that by the decimal version of the mills. That's 12 divided by 1,000, making 0.012 times that 573. All right, let me do something different here. I'm going to give you, let me think here, a couple of problems. Wait a second, let me do that again. All right, there's another one, but this time I'm going to make up some more, but first I'm going to put you in some groups, some breakout rooms. Let's see, what do we have? We have about 20. Do that. In a minute, just a second, you're going to see a prompt that says move to the breakout room. So do that and you will work together. And I'll give you some more of these once you're in there. But go ahead and work on this one together. And we'll do some of these practice ones through the end of our time tonight. Hey, can you not get in your room, Victor? No? I'm sorry. It doesn't give you a button to push? Huh. Oh, you got it. Okay, good. Somebody need help? Or was that an accident? Oh, is it not sticking around? Sorry. Well, that's annoying. Okay, let me I'll just put it, let me see if it'll work if I put it in the main chat, if it'll still be visible to everybody. Thanks for telling me. I did a broadcast to everybody and I thought that would just stick. Can you guys see the chat now and see problem 2? Okay, good. All right, let me go away and make a couple more for everybody. Unless you have a question. We good? Can't hear you. Muted. Hey, say it again. Oh, yeah. That's annoying. What do you see in the chat right now? That's it. Wow. Okay. All right. I get it. Okay, I'll bring everybody back in. We'll do it differently next time. Thank you for telling me. Yeah. Yeah, I found that out. Sorry about that, guys. I'm going to give them to you in Notion and let you work on them at home. And then next time we do something like this with breakouts, I'll give you like a PDF to open up and have available. Because I didn't realize that the chat wasn't going to stick around long enough like that. Yeah. I'm making a fourth question. I think the first one fell away into the ether world as well. So let me finish out 4 questions. Do what? I'm just going to give them to you now, I think. Do you see everything in the chat window? Do you see 4 questions? Okay, good. Let me do it another way as well. Okay, I'm gonna turn it into a PDF and attach it. Oh, I know what I'm gonna do. That's it. There we go. Yeah, we'll do more breakouts. I think that does help to lower the interaction to make it like a little more manageable. We'll use that more. But I attached the screenshot of those 4 questions. I'm going to let you work on those, and then I will put answers in Notion about that. Let me know of any sort of questions you might have now. How do we do tonight? Did anything still kind of cloudy? Some of these issues, some of these concepts that we talked about? If you have questions, yeah, go for it. Read those numbers off to me again. That'll be a good one to end on. What was the, please? Okay. Got it. So let me go ahead and do that one to close out our evening tonight. That's a great one because I had lost it. And so obviously the first step is going to be to multiply the percentage with the actual market value. So 85% times the 312 to find out what the tax value is. 265,200. Now, the city rate was 87 cents per hundred. The county rate was 23 cents per hundred, and it is indeed in the city limits. So we need what? One of them or both of them? We need them both. So 87 plus 23 is $1.10 per hundred. But now we still, go ahead. Good no. Right. Add them both. Since it's in the city limits, you're going to need them both. And it just saves a step. You could do them separately, but it would, the curriculum has you do them, adding them together. Now that this is the rate version, we need to convert this rate into a decimal by literally dividing $1.10 by 100. So 1.1 divided by 100 means the decimal version is 0.011. So we're going to take that decimal version and multiply it by the 265.2 to get our annual taxes of $29,1720. How's that feel? Sticking points? Confusion? Pay attention to whether it's in the city limits or not, so you'll know whether to add these or not. You'll never only use the city rate, but you might only use the county rate if it's outside the city limits. How we doing? Those 4 questions, again, I'll put them in Notion with the answers, and you just let me know, guys. Keep me posted. Text, email, Notion comments, whatever you need to do. Let me know what your sore points are. Whether you need to do a private message to me or public is fine. Either way, and we'll just cater the class to your needs. And odds are, if you're having trouble with something, at least somebody else is. So I want to make sure I get onto that right away. Otherwise, have a great weekend. We're going to go straight in order. Let me show you. Let's look at the study guide one more time. We are on 3. We just finished 3, essentially. When we come back, we're going to move on into syllabus section 4, which is units 4 and 5 in the book. So syllabus section 4 is 2 hours of class time. That's part of our time next Wednesday. And then land use control is syllabus section 5, which is 6, unit 6 in the yellow book. So those 2 topics are going to take most of our time on Wednesday. And we then are going to go on a off-road path to in the yellow book, but it's syllabus section 6 is environmental, but you got to flip some chapters to get to 20. That's just a little tiny half-hour section. And we will get into brokerage next week. We will start talking about that on Thursday. So just keep going, syllabus 4, 5, 6, 7, as much as you can cover. And that's what we'll be doing next. You guys take care. Let me know what I can do for you.